Mr. Superintendent, A1, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that speakers be limited to 2 minutes.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Superintendent, on A1, please.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
have
Chairman.
speakers on A1, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Kaplan, that was a mistake. Those speakers will be speaking on A8.
I thought it was strange,
Yeah.
but
I did too.
they're
I was wondering how they knew what I
I
was
was
going to
wondering
say.
how they could anticipate the conversation of the superintendent. I can't.
Really briefly, because I know we're going to have a long meeting today. You have before you a copy of Bilingual Schooling and the Miami Experience that has been provided to you. This publication was made. Vaughn at Coconut Grove Elementary, please stand up. He is one of our, I believe, school-based management schools. And Vaughn is an excellent administrator in this school system. The book itself explores the initial impact of Cuban refugees in the Miami area, the experience in Dade County Public Schools, and the origins of not only the first modern, but also the largest and most successful bilingual educational program in the United States. It's with this kind of leadership provided by Dr. Beebe that our school system and our community is really a better place to be and receive an education. And Vaughn, your research and dedication to education is greatly appreciated. We really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Two more very brief comments. One deals with, and it's really an informational purpose to the public. At around 2 p.m. today, we'll break the broadcasting of the school board meeting. As you know, WLRN FM radio has been conducting some round-the-clock coverage of the Gulf crisis, and I believe at 2 p.m. We expect to go to some live coverage, and the school board meeting will be interrupted at that time. We'll come back. I think it's important to know that this is a public service that Channel 17 is providing to the community, and it's the kind of effort that we continually participate in order to keep our community updated. Final point deals with a couple of schools. As many of you, the board knows, during the Christmas holidays we had a break-in at Rainbow Park Elementary. I understand that several board members were there. I know Dr. Kropp was there and visited the school. Thanks to the effort of CIF, who worked round the clock and worked during the holidays, that school was ready for opening, even though there was a pretty devastating fire and several classrooms had to be fixed up. Additionally, as you know, Sylvania Heights recently was victim to a tornado of all things, and all the windows were blown out of the school. Part of the roof was damaged, and we had trees all over the yard there. I happened to go by there, and I know Dr. Gupta and Mrs. Davis were out there about our Tesseract program, and to look at some of the things that we were doing in Dade County. It has one of the issues that appears to be coming up time and time again. The board had previously had some discussions regarding Tesseract and some of the fundraising activities that were going to be conducted by Mr. Goley, and in order to raise some of those dollars. It appears that the instructions that we gave them have been so restrictive that we're going to need some reassessment from the administrative level, because they literally can't deal with anybody. The list that we provided them at that point in time was a list that was all-inclusive of everybody and anybody who had ever done business with Dade County Public Schools. And what I'd like to do is just take this opportunity to advise the board that we're going to be looking at that very carefully. We may be coming back with something to you very soon in order to get some more specific instructions, because I think, in effect, inadvertently, we may have crippled some of the fundraising activities related to that project. So I just want to advise the board that we're looking at that very carefully right now. We may have something for you at the next meeting to give you a report on some of the effects of that direction.
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Kropp.
Yeah, two things. One, in reference to Rainbow Park School. When I went out there and visited, I happened to see
this thing, by the way. I mean, we've certainly got enough things to do today. But the issue would be that in using the Braddock scenario, we're talking about a company that may have been given $10,000 to the district for whatever reason. It would be our intent, and obviously when you do some of these fundraising activities, you don't do it through mail, you don't have those kinds of personal contacts. The intent here would simply be to alert that company that we are aware that they're donating $10,000 for X activity, that it would not be our intent through the efforts to request additional funding that they would reduce that $10,000 to that activity, but that we would be seeking additional support for a new project, and we would describe that project. It would be made very obvious to that company it was not our intent to shift those funds to a different project, simply to seek their support for an additional funding. I mean, that's the way organizationally, administratively, that we would pursue that. Yeah. If that company says, I'm sorry, we're only committed to giving $10,000, then obviously I think the intent of the board's action would be, then you don't touch that company, because that affects that program.
Mr. Chairman.
Secondly, we are not building a private school with public funds. We are contracting. We are building a public school with public funds and contracting for a period of time with a company to come in and run the school under school board rules, under contractual responsibilities, because they intend to adhere to everything that we have in Dade County, and to see if the method that they use works in an urban school that they used in Minneapolis and they used up north. And last, with regard to the money, Mr. Goley, and I've talked to him, and I know he's talked to the superintendent, he has no intention of damaging any current contribution that is made to the Dade County Public Schools or taking it away. But just as you go to a busy person when you want something done, people you go to make contributions many times are the same people that make contributions in the first place, because that's where their orientation is. This contribution would be for an entirely different purpose. We're talking $50,000, we're talking $100,000. We are not talking about the 1,000 and the 500 and the 100. And I think that if we have that kind of support from the Dade community, that's what we've been talking about. In everything else, why shouldn't we have it at South Point if we can get it from the business community? So I'd like to strongly support Dr. Kropp's amendment.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's vote on the call. Another question. Mr. Renick.
Mr. Chairman, since it's not on the agenda, I think you should find good cause to...
For the smooth
entertain the
operation of the
motion.
school system, and particularly the South Point Elementary School. Is that satisfied, Mr. Attorney?
I think so, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I love your guidance. Keep me out of trouble.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say one more thing here on this question of good cause. Actually, the best practice, I think, and what was intended by the statutory language would be for the chair to either find cause or not find cause when the motion is made, rather than to get into a long dialogue with people uncertain about whether or not the motion is going to really be considered or not. I'm not saying it has to be done that way, but I think it's better practice to do it.
All right. Okay, I'll take your advice again. Let's vote on the call. Another question. Mr. Renick. Ms. Kaplan.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Kropp. Mrs. McAlilly.
Yes.
Dr. Feinberg.
Yes.
Mr. Bratter. Yes. And I vote yes. All right, let's vote on the original motion. That cuts off the conversation on the motion. Let's vote on the original motion as made by Dr. Kropp, that we hold harmless all of the companies who will contribute to the Tesseract School, South Point Elementary. Mr. Renick, how do you vote?
I vote yes, I think it's a terrible vote.
Well, we're going to be here a while. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this would be the time to find cause if you're going to find it.
All right, for smooth operation of the school system. Mr. Renick, would you restate your motion, please?
The motion is that this particular motion that we just passed for Dr. Kropp would be applicable to any other project in the school system would endeavor to get involved in being the same type of thing. The superintendent understands, he's nodding his head yes as to what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with this.
All right, I don't see a problem with it.
Oh, fine.
I don't see a problem at all. All right,
Mr. Chairman, as a
Ms.
show of
Dr. Feinberg.
solidarity, I'm going to vote for Mr. Renick's motion, although not only do I know not what it means, I don't know what Dr. Croc's motion means.
I don't either, Ms.
Well, I'm
Dr.
gonna vote for
Castro. I don't either, Dr. Feinberg, so we're all in the same boat.
Mr. Chairman,
Mrs. McAlilly.
let's, since we've got a motion on the floor about this, let's look at this. What if a contributor in the past gave $5,000 to the school, Dade County Public Schools, and now they've decided to give $10,000 to South Point Elementary School? And we said, okay, you've got to still give $5,000 to the school system in general. And they say, I don't want to do that. I only want to give my money now to South Point. How can we possibly take their money if they don't want to give it to us? I think that even though I voted for this, the more I reflect upon it, the more I think that was a bad vote, because I don't think we can force anyone to do this. While I might like to control all these charitable contributions, I don't think we have any legal standing to do that. Would we, Mr. Howard?
Mr. Attorney.
If I can make a suggestion, it might, a better way to approach this might be for you to let the superintendent develop a specific plan. I think there's enough uncertainty on the board now about what you're doing that you may be getting yourself in trouble without wanting to. It might even need to, or warrant a rule, you know, so that everybody would know exactly what the guidelines are on this.
May I suggest that
Dr.
that seems
Feinberg.
a wise course of action to review not only Mr. Renick's current motion, but also the previous motion made by Dr. Kropp, and that in that review, Mr. Superintendent, if we could possibly have a professional fundraiser assist us with a little technical advice as to how fundraising takes place, since we're not really in that business. I think that would be very helpful. I think that's a wonderful suggestion, Mr. Attorney.
I don't know how you're going to deal with the fact that there was a motion there, but if you recall, that was my original suggestion, is to let me look at something because a problem had been pointed out to me from the beginning. So, you know, I don't know how you, parliamentary process of it, but obviously I'll do what the board directs.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to kill South Point. I think it's a fine idea. I voted for it, and I think it'll work. But I don't want anything else to suffer from it. And we went and raised about $80,000 of money for a project that these people had never given 5 cents to the Dade County Public School System. In fact, really didn't even know we existed, except there was a school system in Miami. I think that's the kind of money that we're hoping to get for. In 2 weeks' time, we'll know the superintendent's policy and the school system's policy as to how we should go in the future.
Is that a motion, Mr. Renick?
It's
Yes,
already
it's
there.
a motion and a second.
Okay.
I'll support that.
All right. Mr. Renick, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Mrs. Kaplan.
Yes.
Dr. Kropp.
Yes.
Mrs. McAlilly. Dr. Feinberg.
Yes.
Mr. Braddock. I vote yes.
And
Yours
thank you,
unanimous.
Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to be contrary, but this is really...
I don't look at it that way, Mr. Renick.
It's very difficult to go out there and raise money. And let me know, I've been doing it for 6 months, and it's tough. And we've got to be careful, though, that we do have the I's dotted and the T's crossed when we treat everybody the same.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Renick, give me your A items, please.
I have a few this time. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I
No
have
problem.
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Ms. Kaplan.
5, 6, and 7.
Dr. Kropp.
4, 5, 6, 7.
4, 5,
And 8, excuse me.
Mrs. McAlilly.
4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Dr. Feinberg.
4, 5, 6, 8.
Mr. Braddock.
We, the Lake Lucerne community, did not want to give up our part for the Robert Renick School that is now being built, but we had to. It was the school board's property, and the community wasn't duly notified in time to really oppose the unjustly decision. Now, once again, the residents of Lake Lucerne have been placed in a position of outsiders who obviously have no interest in our community make decisions for us. At this time, I would like to request that the voting be delayed if you are planning on making a decision today for the residential treatment center to be placed in the Lake Lucerne community. Because of a short notice on Friday evening, January the 18th, and Monday being a holiday, we had little time for our community to better represent our position on a matter we feel that adversely impacts our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Dr. Crop on A4, please.
Yeah, where does it say that, Bob? I'm looking at paragraph 2 on page 2.
First, under needs assessment, Mickey.
It says there's a consensus that another residential facility in Dade County is needed. Ms. Rayburn, I believe, can answer this better than I can, or Ms. Kanov. I wasn't privy to all of these meetings. I left in the second one. That was the report that I had.
Is that where it says it must be recognized, however, that existing data are not available?
Well, before that. It says, based on the knowledge and experience of committee members regarding severely emotionally disturbed youngsters in this community, there is a consensus that another residential facility in Dade County is needed.
Is that in addition to this one? Is that what that means? No.
Is that what that means?
There were two motions or two recommendations by the committee. They dealt with if there would be a residential facility upstairs from the Renick Educational Center, or another option would be to have a facility, another residential facility on another site that Dade County Public Schools opened. And those were two options of discussion in the ad hoc committee.
But
is that the question?
This does not mean that the committee decided that we needed 2 additional residential facilities.
The committee discussed the need for a residential facility. That was a major discussion. Then it was, if there is a need, where do you recommend that this facility be? And of course, the first one we discussed, because of the issue before the board the last time, was above the Robert Renick Educational Center. And that elicited a great deal of discussion because of the programmatic issues. Then from there, it came, well, if you had to build to suit, so to speak, where if you had land and you can build a facility to really meet your needs, then where might that place be? And it was recommended or suggested that it would be at a site, another site that the school system owned that doesn't have a place that should actually build at it. Those were discussions. There were no final decisions. It isn't that we want one and the other. Of course, I think.
And see, people being handed all the necessary things.
Could you wrap it up for me, please? Your time has expired. Thank you.
Oh, it has? Okay. I'm here to plead with you that you not support the location of the Camilla's house.
Thank you, Mrs. Acker. Frank Martell, and then Alvin Savitz is next.
Good afternoon. I'm Frank Martell. I'm president of the OEOW. This is the Community Improvement Association, and using the words of Mr. Plummer, we are incensed with the idea of these people coming in here, not with their soup kitchen as such, but I had the stupidity this morning to get down into Bayfront Park. And I was called stupid by one of your Miami policemen that's domiciled here for going down there. I saw 500 people sleeping trying to shelter themselves against the cold. The more fortunate ones had street dogs crawl into their blankets to help keep them warm. Now this is the city of Miami, the city beautiful, in 1991, and what have we done for our street people? A plate of beans and a hot dog is a poor excuse for this community measuring up to their responsibility. We're not concerned about blocks and bricks. We're concerned with the people who crawl out under a rock, who are hungry, cold, and justifiably mad at the world. Somehow or other can equate that anything they can reach, they'll take. These are the people that empty our streets. Please do not put 1,000 vagrants closer to where you are sitting here now. 500 in Bayfront Park will move to Pace Park because it's closer. The human animal has grown up through history on the banks of the oceans, and they gravitate and they defecate. Please don't let this happen to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Savitz, and next is Armando Rodriguez, please.
Alan Savitz, President Universal Home Products and the Director of EOW Community Improvement Association. We are an umbrella organization made up of the community of Omni, Edgewater, Overtown, and Wynwood. Our main goal is the protection, development, and improvement of our neighborhoods. We fight against crime, pollution, or any other entity that threatens our community. Our goals are noble ones, and as citizens, it's our duty and responsibility. We are not against the true poor and homeless. We're only opposed to the proposed new location of Camilla's house for many reasons, but the main reason is because of its close proximity to 3 schools: Phyllis Wheatley Elementary and Miramar Elementary, only 2 blocks away; Dunbar Elementary at 505 Northwest 20th Street. It will be adjacent to Dorsey Park, where school children play. Also within 2 blocks of school athletic fields. And it will be directly in the path of where school children walk to and from school. This is not a case of not in my backyard. This has nothing to do with race, religion, or creed. This has to do with the protection of our school children and people. This has to do with the very real threat by the criminal element amongst the poor and homeless. No matter how much we want to minimize this threat, the truth is that it exists. It is real. Jack and Dolly Nestor, who worked at 148 Northeast 28th Street, that's just 9 blocks north of our schools, they're no longer amongst us because they were killed 6 days before Christmas by a drifter. Also, there are a certain amount of the mentally disturbed amongst the poor and homeless. What kind of a role model is this to put before our children's eyes? We don't believe for a minute that the Camilla's house will be operating differently. The big walls and security will protect them, not people, nor schoolyards, nor children outside the walls. In conclusion, they say they will sleep 88, of which 32 are crew, and they will feed up to 500. And recently on TV, Harvey Beast, executive director, said they now feed up to 1,000. Who is going to do the counting? And when these people...
Time is up.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before you.
Our pleasure. Janet Grigsby, please. And next is Barbara Furman. Janet Grigsby? Oh, yeah, Armando Rodriguez, and then Janet Grigsby.
Okay, my name is Armando Rodriguez. I am the president of the Concerned Citizen of Freshwater. This is a neighborhood organization that goes from 17th Street to 36th Street in the Northeast. from the bay, in some areas to the 2nd Avenue Northeast of the railroad track. For 3.5 years, we have been fighting very hard in our community. We have been successful in demolishing 35 crack houses. We have been successful with the contribution of the neighbors to open a police mini station, to put more light on the streets, working very close with the city of Miami. Today, the city of Miami can say that Edgewater is an example of what a community could be when the neighbors work together. And we have been working together even with other neighborhoods in the area of Edgewater. I have been an educator all my life. I'm actually an assistant principal in a Catholic high school, where I teach my kids to have social concern and community involvement. Anybody that is a teacher know about social concern and community involvement. I have no problem with the homeless, and I think that everybody should have concern and care of the poor and homeless. My problem is with the location of Camilo House. Edgewater have 25 rehabilitation houses that I have a list here with the others, where they rehabilitate or try to rehabilitate approximately 1,000 people. That is an equivalent of 10% of the population of Edgewater. We don't come here to say, not in our backyard. We come here to say, it's enough in our backyard. We are a community of compassion. 2 years ago, a group of people wanted to open a house for the patient of AIDS, and the only place that accepted was Edgewater, and we have it. I cannot believe that there is no other place in Dade County or in the city of Miami where Camilo House can open the facilities that approximately 1 block from 2 elementary schools. For me, it's impossible to believe that. I will appreciate that you take into consideration our concerns and our problems, and we are really very worried about the kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Grigsby, Janet Grigsby, Barbara Fruman is next. Okay.
My name is Janet Grigsby. I live at Northeast 22nd Street on Biscayne Bay. I am president of the Edgewater Area Association, and I'm also on the board of directors of the OEOW. What I have to say is basically what everyone else has said. I am not a school teacher today, but I am a former school teacher, not here in Dade County, but in my neighborhood, every child that lives there sees enough problems as it is. Every child that lives there goes either to Miramar or to Phyllis Wheatley School. What we're here today to ask you is take another look at this proposed location that lies between 2 of our good schools now. Please take another look at what our school children see daily and nightly in their neighborhoods. My second page shows a map, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with, of the location of the schools. It shows also where our parks are lying. Dorsey Park, and I've been there many times, has children playing in it early in the morning and late in the evening because it's lit up. The park in my neighborhood, Margaret Pace Park, has children playing there constantly also. What they see already in the parks, in my opinion, is enough for them. We are very concerned about the percentages of Dade's homeless that we just recently saw in the paper. These people, we know, need help. We know there are families that need help, but we also feel that the county and the city should look into some of the problems that we have with the homeless, those especially who suffer from alcohol abuse, drug abuse, and so on. Third page of the brochure I've handed out to you shows some crimes that just recently took place in our neighborhoods, in the Omni, Edgewater, Overtown, and Wynwood neighborhoods. I only can go on what I see in this police report that is published in the Northeast Neighbors of the Miami Herald, but it does show for my section, my neighborhood, my adjacent neighborhoods, the people that caused these crimes have an address of 726 Northeast 1st Avenue. That is the location of the present Camilla's house. We ask that you work with Camilla's house, and you work with the city, and you work with the county, but please Everybody says, not in my neighborhood. But please don't bring them closer to our neighborhood or to our schools. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Barbara Fruman, and next is Connie Rawls.
My name is Barbara Fruman, and for years I've sat on the executive board of the Kendall Area PTA Associations. I've also volunteered in the schools and been room mother for years. My message is very, very simple. Please don't expose over 1,000 children that go to those two school areas to this type of facility. There are much better locations than this proposed site for Camilla's house. Thank you.
May I ask a question of the
Yes,
speaker?
Mrs. McAleer.
Ms. Fruman, where is a better location?
I don't feel that that's up to me to decide. There are other people who have looked into it. You know, if I say not in this area for this children, I don't want to point a finger, you know, at somebody else. But I don't think that Camilla's house belongs within 2 blocks of any elementary school. What are these children going to do to defend themselves? They can't pick up and leave. They can't decide to go to another school.
But you said there were a lot of good other locations,
No,
and
what
I
I
think
said
we'd
was
all be
that-
interested in knowing what one of them would be.
There are other sites that have been chosen. And what I am saying is that this proposed site is not a good area because of the 2 elementary schools.
Connie Rawls, and next Lydell Rawls.
My name is Connie Ross. My address is 1445 Northwest 1st Avenue, and I am a concerned parent at Phyllis Wheatley Elementary School. Superintendent Visiedo, Mr. Turner, Chairman of the Board, and other board members, I bring you greetings from Phyllis Wheatley Elementary School. At one time or another, each and every one of us has given to a charitable organization. I join others in Dade County community who commend the Camilla's House for the outstanding service they provide. However, I would be less than a responsible parent if I did not speak for my children and the 827 children ages 3 to 12 attending Phyllis Wheatley Elementary School. I beseech you to think of the children attending Phyllis Wheatley Elementary and Miramar Elementary Schools before lending your support for the construction of Camilla's House on the corner of Miami Avenue and Northwest 19th Street. I am very concerned for the safety of children before, during, and after school. Since the Camilla's House will feed 500 clients each day and bed only 88 nightly, where then will the other 412 clients not selected to sleep at the center bed each evening? Will they sleep at nearby Dorsey Park, where our children play after school and on weekends? Or will they sleep on the grounds of Phyllis Wheatley Elementary School, a mere 2 blocks from the proposed site? The custodian staff currently must freeze the grounds each morning of drug paraphernalia, human feces, broken glass, and other debris before students arrive each day. As a concerned parent of 2 and a representative of the concerned parents who could not be here today, please spare our children and the Overtown community this extra burden. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lydell Rawls. And Dorothy Quintana is next.
My name is...
Pull the mic down to you.
My name is Lydell Rawls. My address is 1445 Northwest 1st Avenue. I am an honor student at Phyllis Wheatley Elementary School. Superintendent Visiedo, Mr. Turner, and other board members, I am honored to address you this afternoon, for this lesson in civics will be with me for the rest of my life. I would like you to try to remember a day in your childhood when life was simple and decisions were less complicated, and afternoons were spent dreaming of your future. My classmates and I too have dreams. I dream of the day when I will be a scientist. My classmates and I are willing to do our part to make our dreams come true. I must ask you today,
I must ask you today not to add additional complications to our lives. Today, before you vote, take a moment to remember your motto, the child is our challenge. Your voting no for the Miami Avenue locations of Camilla's house will give us a safe learning environment in which we can also become the best we can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Renick.
one observation. You know, it's a wonder why these groups don't just bring these wonderful children down here and they shut up, because these kids get through to you quickly.
My name is Dorothy Quintana. I'm a resident of Wynwood for 37 years. It's the first time I will speak in front of anybody. I'm a counsel for Elderly Service Division, Aging, and I'm on the board of Miami Capital. I'm on community development and a few other things. My concern is about the children, very much. Since last week, I've been having mothers coming in my house. Please, Dorothy, speak for us, because we work. There's so much concern, because it says we go to work in the morning, we send our children to school, and we don't know what's going to happen to them. So please speak for us and tell them to think well what they're going to do. Because if anything happens to our children, what we're going to do. And my concern is the children and the old people. As I said, repeated before, the couple got killed in my neighborhood because they helped one of the vagrants. And we don't want that continuing. So please, I'll appreciate if you all have a little concern like we are over our children, because Philly Whitney and Miramar is very close there. And some children walk from over town or from Edgewater, and others come by bus. But there still is very much dangerous of the children to expose themselves to those elements. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
William Rios and Linda Pratt is next.
My name is Bill Rios. I'm the Executive Director of the Wynwood Community Economic Development Corporation, and it's going to be difficult to follow the last two acts, but let me be very simple and very brief. The community of Wynwood has voted at an advisory board meeting of the community not to support this organization and the location, and I would simply ask you to follow that advisory board's recommendation not to fund this and not to allow this organization to come into Overtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Pratt is next, please, and then after Linda Pratt is Robin Politowicz. Politowicz. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, Linda Pratt here? Is Linda Pratt here? All right. All right, let me see. Mr. Renick, A5.
Mr. Chairman, I really don't have any problem with that, except just we're opposing the move. You know, it's a real tragedy, and it's not just a tragedy of Miami or Dade County, but a tragedy all throughout this country, that there are, unfortunately, many, many homeless people. And as the lady spoke before, yes, some of them are chemically addicted. Some of them are alcoholic. Some of them are addicted to other drugs. And some of them are just poor and don't have a place to live. In fact, nationwide statistics will say that 60% of the homeless are veterans of some war. So they've served this country. I just wish there was, and I wish they would quit using this thing as a political football and find an adequate place so that these people can get some hot food and a bed underneath their head, and especially the children who are living in cars. And they're just not up here on Miami Avenue, and they're just not up here by Phyllis Wheatley or down by the arena. They're all over this community. You go out to the warehouse sections of Hialeah or off Bird Road, and you see literally hundreds of abandoned cars and station wagons with people living in them, I don't know how to solve the problem. It's too big for any one person, but it isn't too big for this community. And I urge that you people, please, as vehement as you are in the opposition to where this thing goes, I know that in your hearts, every one of you wishes there was a place where these people could be housed and sheltered and fed, and that we would use that same type of emotional effort to urge the city of Miami or Dade County or whatever help this school system can give to accomplish what we know needs to be and has to be done. I'm through, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Kaplan, A5, please.
My heart also goes out to the homeless, and I think that part of the problem is the deinstitutionalization that has become a trend in treatment of mental illness and mental retardation. I think that far too many people are released on the streets who are incapable of coping, and we as a society must help them cope. But I was elected to protect the children and our school system. I am not ashamed to admit that I grew up during the Depression, and I remember the tramps who came around then for food and for a little money, which very often they spent at the corner bar. They were frightening to me. This is a psychological hazard to our children to be exposed to such a concentration of unfortunate people. And you can't erase the effects that this psychological hazard has on them. Therefore, I also, for economic reasons, there is a recurring expense which the people of Camilla's house say they cannot foot, the expense of transportation, so the children will not have to walk there. On this basis, I will support this item that we ask them to relocate.
Dr. Crop, please, on A5.
Yeah, I support the motion, Mr. Chairman. It just seems to me that I think we all recognize the problem here, but it seems to me the way that Camilla's house is organized, the fact that you're feeding X number of people and sleeping a lot less people, that you're really inviting people to come into a community who have no place to sleep. So in essence, you're creating more concentration of people, and to me, we have to develop a more comprehensive approach to these people. Perhaps, I don't know what it is, it's not within our scope, but I can't subject kids to an environment that this would lead to if we supported this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. McAlilly on A5, please.
Probably all of us who read the newspapers know that Camilla's house for years has been requested to leave its current site. And for a while it seemed to have focused on a site just west, in the western part of downtown. And then I've forgotten what the reason was, but that wasn't a good site. And now the city, with the city pressuring it, it has located the site at North Miami Avenue and Northwest 19th Street. Now, there are a lot of people who don't want it to be there. Well, if it is not to be there, where is it to be? I've heard talk of a site near the Maduro baseball stadium. There's a school near there too, Dunbar Elementary School. I don't think there is a single location in the whole county that won't be near a school. I have called the principals of the schools involved. I was not able to speak directly with Miss Manning, the principal of Wheatley Elementary School, because she was in a meeting, but she did return the call and spoke with my administrative assistant, Ms. Hebson. And I understand that she has a number of legitimate concerns that her problems exist right now. Some of the speakers talked about the people who have to come in every morning and clean up the debris of people who are wandering onto that school property now. She's trying to start a lot of after-school activities to increase the interest of the children and their families in what goes on in the school, and she's fearful about those who would be returning to their homes at the time the people are gathering at Camilla's house for the evening meal. I think that we should address that, but the hazards in that neighborhood exist now. Granted, there would be an increased number of people who would be on the streets if Camilla's house moves closer to the location of Wheatley. The problems that Wheatley is experiencing right now ought to be addressed right now. They should not depend on whether Camilla's house moves to this proposed new location. We should put a fence in there immediately. If they are finding the drug needles and so forth on the site. We have done this for other schools where there are particular security concerns, and we should not wait to do it for Wheatley until and if Camilla's house moves to that neighborhood. The problems of the homeless are not Camilla's house's problems. They are the problem that belongs to all of us. It's just that Camilla's house is heroically trying to deal with a lot of these problems. So I'm not ready to say to them that that we should oppose their move to this new location. I forgot to tell you, I called the principal of Miramar Elementary School. Ms. Moss was out ill today, but I spoke with the assistant principal, who said that it was their thinking there that the community needs to address the issue of the homeless. All children from Miramar ride a bus from Buena Vista, so this would have a minimal impact on Miramar Elementary School. He said the street people who are currently in the neighborhood do not bother the children. There's minimal contact that they have with Miramar Elementary School at this time. And he felt that the move of Camilla's house closer to them would have much less of an impact on them. I spoke with Maria Diaz, the principal of Douglas Elementary School, and I said, well, you're fairly close to Camilla's house now. How has that affected your school? She said, Camilla's house has been a good neighbor, always been very helpful. In fact, most of the teachers at Douglas Elementary School direct their United Way contributions to Camilla's house because they appreciate the assistance that has been provided to the children and their families. So, Mr. Visiedo, I do not agree with your recommendation that we should oppose it. I think that we should address the security concerns as we have in other schools in this district. Feinberg Elementary is an example of a school that has a high picket-type fence, very attractive actually, and it is in a neighborhood where there are a lot of poor street people, and to my knowledge, there is no a community facility there trying to address their problems of hunger and a place to sleep and rehabilitation. So I do not agree with you, and I'm interested in hearing what my other colleagues have to say to see how we might deal with this.
Dr. Feinberg, please, on A5.
Mr. Chairman, I depart from the sentiment expressed by many of the board members to a certain extent. I don't know of any statistics or have any information in my hand that tells me there's a larger number of mentally ill or alcoholics or drug addicts in the homeless population than there are in the general population. I don't know of any reason to think that there's an overwhelming danger to the children merely by their presence, the presence of homeless people in the vicinity. So I'm not focusing on the security needs of the children in the two schools that will be affected. I'm focusing on something else. It's the second paragraph in a letter from the Combined Neighborhood Improvement Association, and it reads as follows. Our citizens and our association have no ill will toward the homeless. In fact, our area is already home to approximately 75% of facilities that care for those same less fortunate within the city. The community has given as much as it possibly can to the needs of the homeless. Now, if that estimate is at all close to reality, and if 75% of the facilities are located in the same Omni, Edgewater, Overtown, Wynwood community area, then I will support the staff recommendation, not because of the security concerns of the children, but because of a sense of fair play as to how we deal with the different communities that we are working with. One of the folks that I talked with over the weekend from this general area very delicately put it, that nobody is ever suggesting that such a facility go to such and such a community where there are politically powerful and economically powerful interests at play. And I think that's a valid point and one that we need to have in mind. So it's not because of the security of the children I'm not convinced that that's at risk. It's because of the economic development interests of the communities affected in relation to a statement that 75% of similar facilities are already in that area. If that estimate is all true, then I don't believe that we should be supporting an additional burden on that area. The economic stability and progress of the neighborhoods is directly related to the academic achievement of the children who go in our schools, and it is something that we must be respectful of.
Mr. Braddock on A5, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support staff's recommendation, pretty much what Mrs. Dr. Feinberg said. To me, this community is bearing enough of the problems in this near area of City of Miami. These youngsters have enough to say grace over now without adding what I think are additional burdens to them. Obviously, there's probably no popular place to locate this facility, and I am not doing it supporting staff because of the saying not in my neighborhood type thing, because it's going to obviously be in somebody's neighborhood. But as Dr. Feinberg said, there's obviously some neighborhoods in town it would never even get on an agenda. Neighborhoods that have far more economic clout, political clout than some neighborhoods have. So I will support staff's recommendation, feeling that there must be a better place, because I can't think of a worse place than locating it, albeit I have tremendous empathy for the homeless and for the concerns that they have, and a certain amount of pride for Camilla's House for what it does in addressing these needs of these many unfortunate people. But I just don't think in this area to affect the youngsters who are there is the right place to put it, so I'll support the superintendent's recommendation.
All in favor, A5, say aye.
Mr. Chairman, one quick question.
Mr. Renick.
Comment. There's maybe some people don't know, but there's the Woods House right up here on 23rd Street and the railroad track, which has about 50 or 60 alcoholic and drug addicted people who live there. There's Bethesda Manor on, I think it's 27th off Biscayne Boulevard. There's a proliferation of halfway houses right in this particular neighborhood. And to add another one, I don't know whether we've got that albatross called the Don Building up the street, whether we had ever discussed this with the City of Miami or not. It needs a new roof. It's sitting there absolutely useless to us. Has a lot of square footage. It's maybe an alternative. It's not being used. I don't know.
Are you referring to using it for the...
Of offering it for sale for the city if they're looking for a place, since that would be big enough to house a bunch of people.
Well, I think that would probably put it even closer to the schools. I'm not sure.
No, it wouldn't keep it closer. Not in this particular site.
Well, obviously that's something we can look at. Mr. Chairman, before we close, if I can just say, obviously this is my recommendation, and I want...
Mr. Superintendent, I think I have a gentleman at the podium. Would you yield to him, please, and then you can make your closing statements. Thank you very, very kindly. Well, just a moment, sir. Is there a motion to hear the gentleman?
Are you representing Camilla's house?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I'd like to know what he has to say.
All right. All in favor, say aye. You can speak,
Chairman,
sir.
I say aye also, but I'm wondering how come you weren't on the agenda?
Well, frankly, I thought that we were on at 3, and that's why, and I apologize for that.
On the speaker's list, excuse me.
Yes. I'm not on the speaker's list, but I would like to be, and hopefully I'll able to be.
All right, you're on.
Okay, thank you. And there's about 2 or 3 others that would like to speak very briefly. My name is Dr. Harvey Veith. I'm Executive Director of Camilla's House. And I just want to say that as I listened, I certainly have empathy for what's going on. It clearly is a case of NIMBY, no matter what you say, not in my backyard. And as you were just saying, there's nowhere for us to go. What we do, we cannot educate the people now because it's all in rage and it all has to do with fear, and I can't overcome that. But I'd like to get back down to the basics of when we talked with Mr. McAllister. There were some issues that he was concerned about, and we tried to address those issues. One was fencing, and we said that we would try to raise money, or we would raise money for the fencing. The other was exterior lighting. And another thing had to do with closing the street, you know, between the schoolyard and the school. And we talked to Herb Bailey. We did what we could there. We did the same thing, and we talked about handheld radios. We felt we could get some donors that would help us there. We said we would do that. We did say that we would provide busing and pay $13,000 for the busing for 1 year and reevaluate, because I'm comfortable that that's not going to be a problem, but I thought because of the fear that we would do that for a year and reevaluate it. And Miramar, the same thing. We talked about the fence. We said we would pay for the fence. We said we'd pay for the lighting. We said we would also pay for the handheld radios. Our only difficulty then was paying for some full-time staff on a full-time basis year after year after year. Now, if these are the issues that make the difference, these are the issues that make the difference between whether this should be passed or shouldn't be passed, I think that we should reevaluate what we're talking about. All the other things that these people have said, I understand that they have a vested interest. I have a real concern also, being a father, that the children come down here and that the role models, all of you and all the people who have been speaking, are making these accusations against the poor of Miami. The poor people who have nowhere to go, who won't be helped by anybody if we don't do it now. I say all the things other people should do it too. But to have children as part of a civic lesson come up here and to say, you know, all these things about the homeless when they haven't really had the contact is a concern to me, because I live with these people every day. Thank you.
You're welcome. Absolutely. Is there a motion?
Let's hear them, Mr. Chairman.
Move we hear the other people.
All right. All right.
Very quickly, and I recognize that I didn't sign up either. We had a meeting yesterday afternoon. The time for sign up really had expired by the time we realized that this was scheduled at this point. One of the things that came out of that meeting yesterday was that the homeless are victims of crime, not the perpetrators of crime. The victims of poverty, the victims of society's dumping on them. And what we're saying to you is recognize the fact that those victims are in the streets, have to be cared for, and they have to be cared for in an area where they generally have congregated. It is easy to say, let them go to Coral Gables or the Everglades or someplace more remote than downtown Miami, but the truth of the matter is that most of the people who have to be served either sleep in that area in private accommodations, not in Bayfront Park, as has been stated, or else they don't have a place to sleep, but they are hungry and they have to be fed. Mr. Renick earlier in A4 said, it's a wonderful idea, just don't build it in my neighborhood. He wasn't addressing this item on the agenda, but he was addressing the NIMBY problem, and everybody else here addressed it. One of the most wonderful ladies in our community is Ms. Acker, and she was talking about walking to Wheatley and to Miramar and the threat to the children. Well, there are no threats. It was explained to you that by Ms. McAlilly that the people who go to Miramar are people who are bused there, and the people who go to Wheatley are people who live west of this property. Are you aware that this property is really, literally, and figuratively on the other side of the railroad tracks? It's not at Miami Avenue. It's on the west side of the railroad, between the railroad and a cold storage facility. It's in an area which is remote. It's in an area which is isolated. It is in an area which was mandated to be the kind of area to be looked for.
Can you wrap it up, Mr.
Well,
Charles, please?
I would speak much too long unless I just quit at this point, Mr. Chairman. I would say to you that your staff very meticulously determined a security program that would be adequate for the protection of your school children. We've agreed to the capital improvements that would be necessary. As a matter of fact, in the discussions today from your table, it was said that some of those capital improvements are necessary right now at Wheatley, and therefore it should not be the obligation of Camilla's House to provide for them. The only issue that had come up where they said that they can't commit to ongoing operational expense as part of their budget was an item regarding the security people that may be needed, the monitors. And we're saying to you, you may not even need them. We would urge you to reconsider the statements which you made from the table, because this is a societal problem, and together we've got to solve it. We can't send it away. We have to urge you to be considerate of these homeless, poor people. Thank you.
Dr. Feinberg.
Yes, Mr. Charg,
Mr. Charg.
I'd like to ask
Yes, Doctor.
two questions. One is there any response to the community's reminder of the large number of similar facilities already in this combination of neighborhoods? That's number one. And number two, I need to have a greater understanding of something you just said and something that I saw as part of the summary for the meeting that took place in, I think, with the chamber auspices last week, to the effect that it is important to keep the delivery of services for the homeless in the downtown area where they now reside. My assumption being that they now reside in the area where the services are offered rather than vice versa. So if you could address those 2 points, it might be very helpful to me in understanding this better.
Since I'm really not as qualified as Dr. Veith, may I call on him to speak
Certainly.
to you? Thank you.
Doctor.
The first question was, the second question was services. It's true, we want to stay within a service area. And the reason that we're moving from a present area is because we're in the economic development path. And that's why we're moving from that, because it's for the good of the community to move so that they can build the tax base, provide jobs, hopefully jobs for some of our homeless. Where we're going to move, you have Social Security offices, you have welfare offices, food stamps, all those kinds of offices. They would still be able to utilize those offices. So that's why we don't want to move too far away from where we are. So the services would be the same. In other words, where we are, the services aren't right near Camilla's house. They're scattered all through it. If you know where the Social Security and the food stamps in different areas would be.
Dr. Feinberg asked whether or not it's true that most of the providers of this type of service are within this general area rather than scattered.
That's true. What happens is people become homeless gradually. First thing is that they lose their job, then they lose their home, then they sleep in their car, then they lose their car. As they start this downfall, they look more and more like homeless. Their clothes get bad, they can't shower, they can't get their jobs, their children in the car, And so they start to tend to go down to the downtown area where you do have the offices that can take care of them. Plus, they are not wanted in some of the suburban areas. That's why Camilla's House has always located itself in this general area. For us to go to Coconut Grove, yes, you might be able to stop some of that. Ultimately, that is the answer. That is the answer.
What is?
The answer is ultimately having some kind of facilities for like 50 people at a time, pods all over the community so they can stop the whole thing. But right now, Camilla's House is feeding a need of people, and I make the challenge, and I'll make the challenge tomorrow to the city, that we feed 500 people max. I challenge the city, I can't challenge you, to provide as quickly as they can in areas not too far removed other kind of facilities so that they can take 100 here, take 100 here, take 100 here, so we're feeding 200. I would do that tomorrow if they would be willing to do it. Because we're not, you know, it's not a business that we're out looking for business, because there's plenty of rehabilitation that we can concentrate on. So that's not the issue. Right now, the people are hungry. If we don't feed them, they won't be fed. And we will work
And you
with all
are
of them.
conducting business, you are feeding where you are presently located.
We're feeding where we're presently located, and one of the disadvantages that all the time this has been going on, we keep feeding and doing the same things we have been. So now that it's turned into pretty much a political issue, it puts us at more of a disadvantage because it's very difficult to educate people, but as I say, it's very easy to get people churned up. I am not criticizing this neighborhood, because I at the national level have seen this over and over and over, whether it's Washington, anywhere it is. The main thing is it's just sad that we can't work together and help the homeless. That's
Mr. Chairman,
Mrs. Kaplan.
I regularly take food to Camilla's House whenever I have a gathering, and the people who are waiting, and they start waiting so early, they're constantly on the sidewalk, as from what I have observed, and I drive past there frequently, they are restless and an agitated group of people. I mean, I am personal witness to this. My synagogue, Temple Israel, does feed them on, maybe not the Camilla's House people, but homeless people on Sunday mornings. There are no children. It's early Sunday morning, and we are glad to do this. I think we're neutral as far as Camilla's House revocation is concerned, because even if, as you say, there is no harm, there is a perception, and another question, aren't the food stamp and Social Security offices becoming decentralized? Aren't they scattered now all over town, so that if you were in groups of smaller groups, that they would be able to access these services?
I think that's right. First of all, I want to thank you for feeding them on Sunday, because that gives the brothers a chance to have a day off. Yeah, I think all these things are happening. But what I'm saying right now is we have the group of people. We want to serve the group of people. And, of course, we'd like to make that as quickly as possible, as small as we can. I hate to see good people, because I've gotten to know a lot of the people from the organizations, and having been involved in politics, I give them a whole lot of credit because they're very good at that also. But, you know, we just want to continue feeding the homeless. And let me tell you something. As I read the literature that I get, you know, from friends of mine that get it from the organization, if this were true, you know, that there are hundreds of vagrants, there aren't hundreds of vagrants. And as we keep saying, we have a group of about 125 that we call handicapped in some way, in which they come in and we feed them. We actually serve them at the table. And so that elderly people, you know, people who can't hold jobs but live someplace. And then we have the working poor. That's why we stay open till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The working poor are a group of people that work. Sometimes they're homeless. Sometimes they have places they can barely afford, but they come and eat with us every day. And then at the end of the month, we have people who are on Social Security and who come, and it gets a little more. That's why we get up to 500. They come and eat with us because they paid for their electric, they paid for their housing, but now they can't afford food for the last 10 days. Now, it's true that there are some people that are hoodlums, street people, criminals, okay? And I will not stand here and say that's not true. But what I will say, in the last 6 months, we've identified those people, and we've had them arrested, and we haven't had any problem with those, because we've cleaned the streets. No, it's not perfect. The thing is, with the new facility, we can make it much better, because everything will be on the inside. The lineup will not be, there, you also, excuse me, said something about the lineup. There won't be a lineup. There won't be a lineup because people walk in and they'll be in. So there will never be people hanging outside. We don't want that, and you don't want it either. It's really a very difficult thing because now we're into the battle, now we're into the excitement and the emotion, and it's going to be hard to overcome. If, in fact, the vote goes against the homeless, it's not in favor of Edgewater, it's not in favor of people, it's basically against the homeless in this neighborhood, against the homeless in another neighborhood, then I guess that maybe we'll just have to stay where we are, and that's it. And I understand that. But I also think that you have to balance it out. We did not seek out to go to this place. We were told this would be a place we could go by the commissioners. That's not your problem. You want to protect the children. As I said, I had 5 children. I've been president of a PTA. Listen, Brother Harry was a teacher for many years. Nobody wants to hurt the children. We have children in our shelter. Absolutely true. These children aren't harmed even by the people who are in the shelter. I cannot overcome, I cannot educate you. All I can do is ask that we go back to what Mr. McAllister said, and if it's the fencing, the lighting, and the only thing we have left is who pays for the monitors, if you could hold off and say, look, you know, we're not going to vote against. What we're going to do is we're going to hold off, and if you can fulfill those last 2 things somehow, either by getting some dollars from somewhere else, the monitors, then we'll be in support, because those were the conditions that we sat down and talked with your staff, sir, and said if we could take care of these, that then we would have a favorable response from you. And really, it's only the monitors now that stand in the way.
Mrs. McAlilley.
Well, you've got one more person from Camilla's house
Right.
who wants to talk.
Thank you. My name is Roger Soman. It's been my honor and my privilege to volunteer for the Brothers of Good Shepherd for the past 9.5 years. It's been my distinct pleasure to be the president of their board for the past 5 years. The beacon of light for the disadvantaged, the disenfranchised, the homeless, the working poor, and the thousands of men, women, and children that Camilla's House serves for the past 30 years, faces extinction by an action that may be taken here today. The lifeline of the thousands that we serve, and many of you have volunteered, many of you have family members have volunteered, many of you have provided us with the needed funds to carry on the work of our mission. Many of you have provided us the food. But those voiceless persons out there, the clientele that we serve, can't be heard because they don't have a spokesperson. We are here to be their spokesperson. Brother Harry, Dr. Veith, myself, through the kindness of Bob Trorig, who's representing us on a pro bono basis, I beg of you, I implore you to look favorably upon our request. Thank you, and God bless you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. McAlilley.
Dr. Veith has explained that they are willing to finance a lot of the additional costs that Mr. Visiedo has identified. And I think that they are really making an effort to address the concerns that have been identified by our staff. We already have 218 full-time monitors in schools throughout the district, and we have 182 part-time monitors in the district. So if we added the, I think, 2 or 3 requested additional ones, if Camilla's House went in there, it would be essentially what we're doing for a lot of other schools in this district. And I find it hard to say that we shouldn't do it. We should immediately address any security needs at Wheatley if it is as bad as we are talking about. But Dr. Veith has said that if it goes in there, that the Camilla's House group will provide that the capital improvements for us, plus the busing on a one-year basis. What kind of an example, I mean, are we setting for our children? This is a problem that is not exclusive to Miami. It is all over this nation. And many of the children in our schools are children who are subject to this same kind of displacement because their families are down and out. So I think that we have a great deal of cooperation on behalf of the Camillus House people, and that it will not have a negative impact on our schools. And I urge you to give me some sign that you're changing your thinking, because I'll offer an amendment to the motion.
Before we wink, let me speak a second, please. It is not with any degree of pride that I bring this recommendation before you. I want to tell you that, and I want to make that very clear to you. This is something that we've agonized over as a staff, because we, in fact, although it sounds like a cliche, clearly we're interested in helping Camillus House. If you recall, the first time you were here, it was a recommendation of this administration to postpone any actions that we would have time to basically sit down and discuss this matter with you. I have been going around this community talking about social responsibility and the fact that the school district no longer can afford to just think of itself as a public education institution. But I've never forgotten what the primary mission of this organization is, and that's to educate kids and to take care of their needs first. That's what I'm charged with, and that's why I made the recommendation that I made before you today. I could have taken a weasel way out on this recommendation and structured it in such a way that would have been very clear, and probably you could have gone to the city of Miami tomorrow and said, use some waffle language that may or may not have been as damaging. I wanted to make it very clear what my position was. When we went out there, we sent our experts out there to say, this is what is necessary to ensure the protection of every student in those two schools. My experts told me that. They came back, and I can assure you that we had a series of questions that had to be responded to, because I had many concerns about some of the initial recommendations. I want you to know that my concerns have been addressed appropriately. I am confident that the recommendations that I got from staff were the appropriate ones, and for the reasons that they explained them to me, and they'll be more than glad to share those with you. The issue that we have at question here is not whether you haven't been cooperative. Clearly, we've all been cooperative. The issue is the recurring cost that specifically addresses the security of kids in that area. And I am not one that will tell you that we're going to bring a new group of people into that community that hadn't been there. Clearly, the kids see homeless all the time. But the question is, are they going to see the same volume of people that they're going to see under these circumstances? And I think even under the best of circumstances, you will not be able to deny that, in fact, the homeless will gravitate towards that facility because it will be there. And maybe we can control that. We would have felt confident that if some of these recurring costs would have been addressed, we could have been in a position of control, if you will, and we would have felt, but I have to tell you, one child that has a problem, and this board and this administration would have to address that. And I am not going to be responsible for one event taking place with one child unless I am assured that every potential corner has been taken care of. That's why my recommendation is there. I am not happy. I was equally offended by some of the speakers before referring to the homeless in the manner they did. I find that very offensive. And I, quite frankly, am embarrassed that they're on my side on this particular issue. But I am charged with the responsibility of children in Dade County Public Schools, and I feel that that's what I'm doing in my recommendation.
Mrs. McAlilly.
It looks like the board is going to pass this motion. Suppose tomorrow night the city says, okay, we'll come up with the money for the security monitors. Are we then going to drop our opposition to this?
That would be if all of the concerns that have been expressed by our experts regarding the security concerns are addressed. And by the way, I find it very interesting that we are doing this in the in the best interest of economic development. And I find that very interesting that we are now charged with a crisis because we want to let economic development proceed at the expense of schools. So I think it would be very appropriate for the city or somebody else to say that they're willing to chip in because everybody's going to benefit from this. That economic development sector is going to do very well by moving out to Camilla's house.
Well, then, so that's the intent of your motion. They come
I
up,
would
they
have
address all
absolutely no
these
problem
issues?
with coming back to this board with a recommendation to support it if, in fact, all the recurring costs that have been identified in our plan are addressed in the manner that we suggested.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Feinberg.
there is another set of issues which has not been fully explored. And those are the issues that have to do with politics, with economic development, and with distributing the burden of providing service. One of the three gentlemen who came here to speak representing Camilla's house referred to the decision becoming political. Well, political means the distribution of resources, and political means who gets what, when, and why, who gets what in a positive sense and who gets what in a negative sense. And I have not taken the position that the homeless constitute a threat. I do agree with our superintendent that because any group, any large group, will have a certain percentage of persons who may act on traditional ways, that there are certain security measures that have to be taken. But I believe in the statistic that says any one of us is 3 paychecks away from being in that situation. And I assume that most of the people who are homeless are very much like me. I don't know the rest of the people in the room, but they're very much like me. So I have no real problem with the security issue, but I do have a very real problem saying that a community like Overtown and a community like Wynwood, which is already providing its resources and its turf to help the homeless, should be once again asked to do the same thing in the face of its own reasonable and just economic aspirations. There's a free trade zone that has just opened up in that area. There's a number of small businesses that are increasing in number. And although I do not believe that there are personal security risks in large measure for the children who will be in these schools, I can't dispute what I see every day, that the presence of homeless people is perceived as damaging to economic development. So if it is correct, and no one has disputed, that there's a large number of shelters and rehab centers and other service agencies located in this area, then the economic justice question is, why should the next one be located here, and why should the economic interests of the present location of Camilla's house have priority over the economic development of the Overtown, Wynwood, Edgewood area? And those are the questions, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Superintendent, that I haven't seen fully addressed.
May I have one more moment, Mr. Chairman?
You have it, Mr. Trari.
Two things. The superintendent has said that for $95,000 a year, if he had the $95,000 a year, he'd be in a position to recommend approval of this. You, Dr. Feinberg, have said that if it could be demonstrated to you that the facility is not needed in this neighborhood, or that the general area does not have a surplus of this type of facility, you might be persuaded. Let me point out to you, and I just confirmed it with Dr. Vieth, that 60%, approximately 60% of the clientele who come to Camilla's house are from Overtown. Well, may I suggest this? This is a departure from protocol, and this is a departure from the procedure that's presently being followed. But I would be prepared to recommend to my clients to ask for a deferral at the City of Miami tomorrow, so that we could come back to you so you could vote before the City of Miami votes, and we could come back to you with precise answers to these questions. If the clientele is not 60% from Overtown, and you want to know what the specific number is, I will provide that figure for you. If we have a month's delay, then perhaps I'd be in a position to
I'm
get contributions toward the 95,000 shortfall.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Trigg, but I don't care what percent of the recipients of service come from a given area. What I'm interested in is the number and percentage and relative status of the number of service providers that are located in the area where we're being asked to add an additional service provider.
It's a valid question, but the only reason I gave that answer is to show that the reason that the facility is located in that central location is because the clientele is close to that location and could walk to that location and would be served best in that location. So I'm suggesting that maybe we haven't done our homework sufficiently and you need some more answers. And if you want to defer this decision, please send a representative to Dinner Key tomorrow night, and I will stand up and say we owe you answers before you can give a resolution to the city, and that therefore we would ask for a deferral tomorrow night at the city.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Renick and then Dr. Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it seems odd that, I guess an hour and a half ago, some of the board members here voted that they weren't interested in taking care of school children that had a problem that enabled them for handicapped learning, or a treatment center to take care of them, where they would be fed and housed. And yet, when we talk about the homeless, some of these same people are now for the homeless. I'm for all of these people. This don't build it in my neighborhood mentality, I think, has got to cease. If we have people out there that have a need and we can help them, I feel it is our obligation, if not our duty, at least our personal obligation, to do the best that we can to try and alleviate a problem that's there instead of making it worse. And I feel certain that Camilla's House, which has been in this town, I guess, as long, I've been here 50 years, and it's been here almost that long, and they've done good work. And I've served food in there, and I've brought food to them, and I've eaten in there. So I know it from both sides of the street when I was hungry. And it's a kind of a thing, nobody says, let's put it next door. But it's not their choice that they're bouncing them out of where they work, to an education in our school system. So they are our charges. Just because their parents can't get a job and are hungry, they are still our responsibility. And I don't want to send that message to the City of Miami Commission. I don't think this is our problem. But if I can vote to build a treatment center to take care of handicapped people, I can certainly vote to take care and try and help the homeless and the hungry population, most of them, or at least half of them, being children also.
Dr. Crop, please.
Yeah, I was just going to, in view of the dialogue that has taken place here today and Mr. Trorig's offer, I'm going to move to table this. So I move to table, Mr. Chairman, till the next meeting, or until, assuming you're going to do the same thing at the meeting to postpone this.
I make that commitment to our neighbor and to you that under these circumstances we'll ask for a deferral. The City of Miami would not have another planning and zoning meeting till the last Thursday of February, and we would come back to you prior to then to provide the answers through the superintendent.
I would second it.
You don't need a second to table, it's automatic. Well, let's vote on the tabling of...
You do need a second, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Point of information. May I speak for a minute? They mentioned 60% of the people that are fed there are from over town. We found 60%
You can't
are
have
from
any
out of town.
discussion on a tabling of a motion, sir.
But the gentleman isn't discussing the motion, but asking for a little bit more airtime.
I'm sorry, there is no more airtime. It's
There
What
will
happened
be
was
another.
my timer ran out, and there's then. And
Mr.
I think
Chairman.
we're talking about
Mr. Braddock, just a
something
minute.
very important.
Mr. Braddock.
Only thing, Mr. Chairman, you can't discuss a tabling, and anything discussed there would affect the vote of the tabling, and nothing's supposed to be out here affecting the vote of the tabling motion, because there's no discussion of that. So I rise a point of order that he cannot speak until we vote on the tabling of the motion.
Okay.
Right.
I
Well,
agree.
after we vote on tabling the motion, then I'll give you an opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Let's vote on the tabling of the motion. Mr. Renick.
I vote yes.
Ms. Kaplan.
Yes.
Dr. Crop.
Yes.
Mrs. McAlity. Dr. Feinberg.
Yes.
Mr. Braddock. And I vote yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Feinberg.
I would like to request of our superintendent that whatever our final decision turns out to be in relation to Camilla's house, and as part of your mission, as it were, of working with the social service agencies, that we devote staff time to answering that very real question that was raised here today. How do we help solve this problem, we being the school system? Not basing those answers on anything that has to do with the location of Camilla's house. We don't know where that's going to be yet. But we do know that wherever it is, there are homeless in this community who need the attention of every possible responding agency and institution in the town. I would appreciate it very much if that could be done.
Mr. Chairman,
Mrs. Kaplan.
I would like to thank our superintendent for his hard work on a difficult problem, logistically and morally, and thank staff who worked with him. We support your efforts, Mr. Visiedo.
Did you want to speak, sir?
Thank you very much. Alan Savitz with OEOW. Our main concern is really with the children. And in order for me to properly enter into this situation and to know what was going on, I looked for the truth. I went down to the Salvation Army. I went to the Miami Rescue Mission. I met with police officers in the area. I went to the Camilla's house. And I can honestly say this, that nobody in our group, except for maybe a few, small percent, is against the poor and homeless or against the Camilla's house. What we are is for the community, for the children, for the neighbors. And when people get up to speak that are much better speakers than I, because this is my first experience with community and the workings of civic government, I find that sometimes, you know, I'm at a loss for words, but the important thing is that the children are at risk. I have enough proof of that has been documented. I have enough experts that know a lot more than I do that say that. And also that we have children that we've got to look after, and it is a conflict between the poor and homeless who we want to help. But in this board here, this is a board of education. And this is the board that should say that for the protection and security and future of our children, we have to say no to that location. Then let it be up to the city to find the answer. Let the county, let the state, let them work together. But if you don't send a clear message to them regarding your position, then they're going to think that you have approved it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
You're welcome, Mr. Savage. All right, we're going to move to A6. Robin Politowicz. Kathy Kozlowski is next.
I am Robin Politowicz. I live at 14501 Southwest 162nd Street, which is the crossroads of the now infamous Limewood Grove development. The school board has certain privileges that do not exist elsewhere in local government. When considering the construction of a facility that will serve and employ more people per day than most office buildings and shopping centers, you need no zoning variances. You're not required to hold public hearings before your vote about the impact of such facilities on surrounding areas, nor are you forced to go with the lowest bidder. As a resident, taxpayer, and voter of Dade County, I expect the board to give the utmost weight to the impact on the lives of area residents when acquiring new land. When I bought my home in Limewood Grove, I had no desire to move next to a shopping center or an office building, so I bought in an area zoned for single-family homes. In turn, I had no desire to move next to a high school.
Of Dade County about the desire to get our budgets back online by holding the line so that we can move from construction to instruction. We had all kinds of great phrases, but it's been said by others, and you've heard it before. We had this debate when you first set your policy. Both Mr. Jude and the Sierra Club, which he represents, and I with the 5,000 members of Friends of the Everglades, and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas ask you to hold the line on your westward policy. We are not addressing the specifics of which site should be chosen within that line, but to the fact that that line is so important, it bears the faith and hope of the people that we can re-divert ourselves from the addiction, the narcotic effect of urban sprawl, to dealing with the business of life within the confines of our community as we know it. We need to refine what we've got, and we hope that your policy will hold the line today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on Clara Shang, she asked that I read a letter on her behalf, if you would vote to allow me to do so.
No, Mr. Chairman, she can pass that letter around because.
Well,
all right.
you may do that.
Yeah. Is this Patricia Callahan? Is it some of these are misspelled?
Not here.
All right, Jackie Rose, Greg Faust,
No.
Jeffrey Learman,
Yeah.
Robert Trarick is next.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jeffrey Lehrman, sir.
Great. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I'm an attorney and I represent the interests of Site 21. However, I wish to address the issue of site selection itself in my comments to the board. The location of a new and major senior high school is not an easy task. Aside from the many practical and academic needs inherent in such decisions, the legal and political effects require serious consideration. Here in Miami, the Herald also plays its role as lobbyist and intimidator of those responsible for making such decisions. This board does indeed face its first true test of not building schools along the western fringe of the county's urbanized area, as the Herald opined this morning on its editorial page. Implicit in this encouragement to do the right thing is the message that, as with all rules not intended to be inviolate, but which were created to provide stability and guidance, this board's western boundary policy should not be allowed to become simply an excuse to settle for less than the very best for the students intended to benefit from this new school. If men and women of reason and good conscience determine that the best selection is not within the new boundaries, then your professional staff should be charged with the responsibility of revisiting each of the realistic alternative sites available. Whatever your decision may be today, we urge you not to feel committed to the Limewood site unless you truly believe that it is the only and the best location available to this board. Now, I would like to circulate, if I may, a copy of the statement and also a fact sheet and aerial.
Would you give it to the Secretary, Mr. Learman, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kendall area. Let's talk about a little myth here so we can clear up certain yellow lines significance on this particular issue we're talking about. It is my understanding, unless somebody on the board can correct me, that anybody that already has a zoned piece of property and builds outside that yellow line will be subsequently serviced by a school within that region, whether they be in or out of the yellow line. And if I am correct in that interpretation, what is the real significance of the yellow line? Now we go towards the issue of urban sprawl. Okay, why do you want to put a school there in the first place? The reason you want to put a school there in the first place, it would be my humble understanding, is that you want to take care of present needs and future needs, and you realize fully well that it's going to be urban growth in that particular area. So your site selectors have gone through the process of looking at certain sites and so on and so forth. What bothers me is the tremendous expense of holding the line, so I hear philosophically, and the hours I've been sitting here and listening to, well, we need funds, we got to raise money here, we got to raise money there, I don't know how we're going to be able to afford this, I don't know how we're going to be able to afford that. It is my knowledge that there's a number of sites outside that yellow line that have the infrastructure, that do have access to roads, that suit a school site for about half the price of the one that's being considered today. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey I. Silbert, and following her is Richard Silbert.
My wife has decided that she's not going to speak today, so I'll try to do the job myself. Chairman Visiedo, excuse me, and members of the board. My name is Richard Silbert, and I represent the owners of Pine Lake Mobile Home Park, a community of 450 resident homeowners, which is right adjacent to the proposed site. Pine Lake Mobile Home Park is platted for 597 homeowners, and therefore there are 147 vacancies at this time. Our problem is a little bit different from everyone else's because our resident homeowners, if they don't like the site, they can back up a moving van to it and a tow truck and take their home away. If enough of them do that, then the park will go bankrupt. And in that sense, for example, if about 100 folks decide that this is a less desirable place to live, or they cannot sell their homes, and we are talking about middle and lower middle class income families, then the park will not be able to be sustained as a viable economic entity. The park owners will sell the land and in effect have to evict under the state law 350 homeowners, which means about 1,000 people, men, women, and children, of course. Obviously, the construction of a high school, we don't say that we don't want a high school. We do want a high school. And we don't say that we don't want a high school in our neighborhood. That'd be foolish. We do want a high school in our neighborhood. But the high school, as planned, will be exactly adjacent to the park, 1,250 feet more or less, or a quarter of a mile. A lot of our people work during the evening and sleep during the day. And therefore, if you've been to one of these large high schools, you know that there's a lot of noise, there's band practice, there's sports practice, and in the evening, you've got these huge security lights blaring. So we hope that you can find, in your wisdom, a better location for all concerned in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Cobo and Simon Farrow is next.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, Ms. Neal, Mr. Visiedo. I am proud that I'm a lobbyist, and I think America is great because we have lobbyists. And I wonder when I do some good lobbying, like supporting the school bond issue pro bono, whether I'm considered a bad lobbyist or a good lobbyist. I have been consistent with the school board members. I've met with most of you. I think all of you have spoken to one on the phone. Today, Mr. DeLombard, I believe, if I'm correct, gave me the answer of how we could solve this problem. Because I've heard that Site 14 is going to cost us a lot more. The neighbors, I wonder how many of the neighbors would have bought their home if there had been a big sign there saying future home site of a high school. I wonder how many of them would have bought a home. So there is problems with this site. And I'm in favor, and I told Ms. McAlilly when we met with her that I'm in favor of a line. I think that, yes, you have to send a message. But these sites were already under consideration prior to that boundary line being drawn. And I think today what you should do, in all fairness, to those who had submitted their sites prior to that line being drawn, to give them the opportunity to come back to the site selection committee and make their presentations and then see which is the best deal for the school system. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Simon Farrow, Osvaldo Soto, Ron Rice.
Neither Mr. Farrow, he's in Tallahassee. Mr. Soto had to go back to law practice. Both of them expressed the same feelings I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Rice.
Well, Ron Rice is not in Tallahassee. He's here. I'm Ron Rice. I reside at Stonewood, 14941 Southwest 166th Street. You know, somewhere along the line, 40 acres had to surface for a school of a CC size to be erected on it. I'm sorry. The site under consideration in Limewood is not 40 acres. It's probably 38.2 acres. We're looking to give our children the best that we can give them as far as their education goes today. We're not opposed to education in Stonewood or Limewood. We're looking, like I say, to give our kids the best education that we can. To build a school of this size and of this caliber in Limewood on 38.2 acres, immediately it comes to our mind that we must scale this school down. We cannot build this school to the size that it should be to accommodate these children that are going to attend there. The roads and the highways leading to Limewood are very inefficient. There's farm machinery out there every day that cause little traffic jams. There's all the residents out here that we come to work every day. Now you add all this together and plus all the school buses and the other thousands of cars or hundreds of cars that the school kids are going to drive out there, people, we do have a little problem right there. The piece of property that Mr. Belizzi mentioned a while ago is ideal. It's 50 to 55 acres. This is what we need to give our children today. We do not need to cramp them up in a little area of 38.2 acres. Like I said already, the school it's undersized, it's obsolete, and it's almost out of date before you ever erect it. Why spend all these millions of dollars to erect a school right there when the site committee now must immediately, before this school is ever completed, go out and start looking for an additional site in this area because this school is already overcrowded. We ask that you reconsider this. Look at the piece of property that Mr. Belizzi mentioned, and we appreciate it and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. McAletty.
Mr. Visiedo, have we looked at the site that Mr. Belizzi has talked about?
If you wait just a minute, sir, I might have your name in my hand. Be patient, please.
Just briefly, is that the Richmond Heights site?
No.
You know, this is a totally different site. Are you familiar with the site that they have, Mr. Valentine?
No, that's 137th Avenue?
Yeah, there's an
What's-
aerial photograph of it going.
What's the street?
No, it's not 21 and 20. You would access it on 137th Avenue. It's just to the east of
Do you have
14.
a site? You have a site number for that one, Leon?
No.
No, we didn't. That piece of property was submitted to us, and we did take a look at it. That piece of property is in fairly close proximity to the federal prison, and we felt there were some other problems.
A question on that, Mr. Chairman. Other than its proximity to the prison, is there anything else wrong with it?
In fact, I have a picture of it also. Yeah, there was some, with the configuration of the property as well, we felt that may have posed a problem. And also, there's a very wide FPNL easement that we would have had to deal with as well.
And what is that? What is the fear of that? The electromagnetic issue?
Yes.
Members of the board,
Well, let's, you'll
I think
hear all
the-
the speakers, then I'd like to go back
Mr.
and hear
Chairman,
all
I
the
think
details
the
on that.
gentleman represents is the attorney for the Limewood community, and I think his name was...
well, I have three names here. I have a Fernando C.D. Aguero.
That's the gentleman.
Peggy Bullard, and I have Emery Bullard. And let's move to hear them.
I thought we heard Ms. Bullard.
No, is there a second?
Yeah, we did hear her. Yeah.
She spoke,
I wish you'd let me run the meeting. I think we'll have better order and everybody will get heard.
May I
Go ahead.
proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Right.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Turner, Mr. Visiedo, honorable members of the board. I want to thank you all for the time and concern that you have shown with regards to this matter. I'd like to address two issues primarily this afternoon. Less than the desired 40 acres for a school which will allow you no room for expansion or growth, that has no concurrent facilities available for use by the public at large as well as the students. What we're asking you to do is not to tell you, hey, not in my backyard. No, we do need a school in the area. What we're saying is you should not look at site number 14 as the preferred site. It never was the preferred site when the selection committee first came to you because there were 21 sites approximately. It became the preferred site by default after the implementation of the western boundary line. It is a laudable goal of that western boundary line to be a good citizen of Dade County and to control urban sprawl. However, the concept, unfortunately, as you well know, I think, is not working. And again, Limewood Grove is unique. It is not a set of scattered homes. It is a walled-in community. That is what these folks bought. That is what the Declaration of Covenants and Restrictions sets forth. Please remember that when you vote today. You will be voting on a site that was never the preferred site. It's only before you by default. That is not the best way to serve the people of Dade County, by selecting a site by default. Please take into consideration the future of the students that you need to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Belizzi. I live at 149.
Just a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We need a vote to get you to... You want to just have them, and we need to vote.
all right, let's hear Ms. Belisi.
All right.
I wasn't planning on speaking today, but Emery didn't show up, so I thought I'd take the opportunity. I live at 14960 Southwest 167th Street in Stonewood. I've heard all this about this line being taken down. If you were to take down this line, it only is a mile to the western boundary. The only reason the developers, and I've come against Mr. Learman many, many times, want to take this down is to put money in their own pockets, to sell this land. We have again, across the site of 14, we have a church with 150 students, daycare, which Mr. Learman helped put there. We weren't against the church. Now, across the street, they want to put a high school. I don't see daycare and high schools being across the street from one another when we only have a two-lane road. I urge you, please don't take the yellow line down, and please let's set forth into looking for another site that will accommodate everybody. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I think that ends all of the
proof that a power line has any adverse effects on one's health. The power lines that are there are 240,000 volts. The ones that are on the Stonewood site are 138,000 volts. We're only talking 100,000 volts difference between one tower, which
sounds like a lot to
I
me.
admit sounds like a lot of voltage. But when you consider that most of the opposition in the past in regard to voltage was based upon 500,000 volts, and we are far below that. In fact, we're at half with the power lines on the eastern boundary of this property. And properly situated the school upon this particular piece of property, you would have yourselves a great margin of buffer between the students and the power lines. You could possibly even situate the parking lot there, if you would, which would be even closer to 137th Avenue. There is, if you'll look upon that picture, a lake, which is, I believe, 5-acre lake. That could be an enhancement to student studies. It could become an outdoor facility where students could gather and study in a peaceful surroundings. But if that would be not the case, you could also think about backfilling this lake and give you more room for expansion upon this property. So I feel that if at the very least today what you ought to consider doing is at least postponing your decision-making process here until you at least get a chance to look within the boundaries and especially at this particular site. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Did you finish, Mrs. McAlevey?
Yeah, I was curious about that.
All right. Mr. Renick on A6, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look at the original map and I look at what we did, and these aerial maps are beneficial. 14 is the most cluttered of any of these pieces of land. And when I asked the site fellow there about the different prices, and I'm looking at this dashed line all the way around, this was the site selections boundary that they were dealing with, went all the way to southwest 157th Avenue originally. Is that not correct? Before we draw this, the Maginot line here.
In the original search, yes, we went all the way west to 157th
And
Avenue.
it seems to me that site 14, 19, 20, and 21 are, if you had a pretty good pitcher's arm, and that wouldn't have to be too good, with a rock you could hit any one of those four sites. If you stood on the corner there, you could hit 14, 20, 21, or 19, which means they're in very close proximity. The only thing that is different is that some of these sites are half the price of the other ones, and some of them are bigger. And it seems to me that we've got to not only, don't build in my neighborhood mentality may be there, but when it saves us money, then we ought to take advantage of it. And I would not be opposed to going back to the original concept and trying to see what is the best deal, because I understand Site 14, they got to go in there and start tearing up roads and start spending money. And I may be wrong, but that's what I hear. We got to spend some money in 14. Now we've got a walled community, and I presume they're not going to tear down the wall. Oh, they're going to tear down the wall? That's got to cost something. Anyway, the point of it is, I would think that we may have acted in haste of picking Site 14 as the best piece of land, and that we might want to take another look and see. That still may be our ultimate decision, but to me, 20 yards on one side and 20 yards on another side, or 100 yards or 500 yards, doesn't make a heck of a lot of difference. If you're talking about 60,000 an acre and 130,000 an acre, you're talking about big, big money of opening up this whole process. And look at these other 4 or 5 pieces of land, plus this other piece that they just gave, and see if we are still doing the best thing. It is not breaking faith with this line that we drew. We just drew that line a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, because at the time we thought that was the best. Now we're coming to find out that there's a lot of opposition to that, that we hadn't heard before. So I think that before we make a final determination, that we owe it to everybody concerned, especially the taxpayers, not only in this area, but throughout the whole county, who are going to pay for this sucker, to look at all these pieces of property and find out what is the best deal.
Mr. Braddock, A6, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may take a few minutes too long, but I hope you'll bear with me. I attended the meeting at Southridge Senior High, I guess it was last Wednesday night, wasn't it? I think it was last Wednesday night. And, of course, the arguments I heard there are no different than we'd heard before. I toured the area, as I'm sure the other board members did, and think I know the area fairly well, other than those who actually live in the area. To me, this Site 14 is just not an acceptable site. For all the reasons that have been stated here, had these people bought in there with that school site plotted out, knowing about it, I'd have no sympathy for them. They bought knowing it might be a school there, and if they decided to do it, fine. That wasn't part of the deal. And you know my history, if we have to do something sometimes and it dislocates taxpayers, it disturbs them, sometimes I've done it and not look back on it, because sometimes you have to do that. I don't think that's necessary now, and I think that is absolutely one of the worst sites we could have had as far as the community is concerned. You drive that area, when you go in there, you see you got a community that I might be prone maybe to consider an elementary school or sometime, but certainly not a high school. To bring many kids in there as we have to put in this school unless we hold this school to smaller size, and I would hope we would do that. We're going to bring in there a ton of people into a confined area, into a walled area. Even though we might have a closed campus, and I suspect that might be what will happen, and they wouldn't be getting out during the daytime like at Braddock, how they can't leave the school. When they're locked in there in the morning, they don't get out till the afternoon. That still doesn't mean they're not going to be in the neighborhood before and after and all kinds of traffic. The fact that the roads aren't there doesn't bother me. The roads will come in. That 160, which is the main thoroughfare? 168th, is it? 147th Avenue, and the street on the north side of Limewood is what? 160th. 106th. That'll be widened out. I mean, people may not like it. That's going to happen. And when the school gets there, just like the school that goes, the road that goes on the east side of American Senior High wasn't there when American Senior High was put up. Now it's a 4-lane school. Carl Way wasn't as wide as it is now. It's going to be longer and wider. Bird Road wasn't as wide as it is now, it's going to be widened out for Braddock. That part doesn't bother me. I just don't think this is a viable site. Now, a motion was offered the other night. I thought was a viable motion to bring to the board. I didn't say how I was going to vote, except I did tell them that I didn't think AAA was not my first choice. I think the motion that was passed was a viable motion, gave the board another thought to consider. The motion being, and then these people can correct me if I'm stating it improperly, the motion was a two-part motion, that all the sites, since this school was under consideration and staff was already looking at sites and trying to negotiate sites and all those kinds of things, that all the sites under consideration at the time the line was drawn by the board be under consideration. No other new sites could come in, just those sites that had been under consideration. These property owners had put the time in, they'd done certain things to make the sites available. I thought that was a viable motion for the board to consider. Didn't tell them at all how the board might vote. I said that as a phrase I use, it might give the board some wiggle room in that the board could still adhere to the line and say, however, since this school was under consideration, property had been looked at, worked over, and all those kinds of things, that any sites would be under consideration. Also, the second part of the motion was that staff be instructed to go out and look at all sites within the line and see if there are any more sites. And I see Mr. Bellizzi has come up with a site where it's viable, and I don't know that any other site within the line could be considered. I thought that was a viable motion for the board to consider. I also told them, and I think they'll agree, that I said that not to be jumping on staff because staff didn't look at the sites outside. They got to jump on us. Staff didn't draw the line. We drew the line. So there's no beef for staff. You might not like the one staff did, but as far as considering anything outside the line, the moment we do the line, staff is out of anything outside. They'd have been wrong to even look at anything outside the line once we do the line. And I assume they didn't. That's our prerogative, and if anybody's to be jumped on for the line, we're the ones to be jumped on, not the staff. But I think that, I thought their motion was a viable motion. I would, if that motion ever is made today or by anybody else or me, I would support that motion that we grandfather in any sites that were under consideration prior to this time, and then instruct staff at the same time to go back and see if any other sites have become available. With economics as they are, there might be sites that are available now that were not available 2, 3, 4 months ago. And let staff look at that. Now, as I say again, I'm not worried about where the roads are there, those things will come. Whether we like it or not, those things will come. And the school board can't wait till that happens. Or someone raised a question on that, well, we should never build a school, all this infrastructure's in. If we waited till that, there'd be no land to buy. Because the builders already be out there buying up all the land. Then we go to do it, then there's no land to get for the school, and then we have to uproot people. So we have to go in and start before the infrastructure's there. Now, there's some places in the inner city where we might build an elementary school or another school where infrastructure is in because it's been there for 20, 30, 40 years. In the outlying areas, that simply doesn't happen. We go in first, and that causes things to come in. Metro sometimes is not going to put big roads out there because they don't need it at that time. They're short of money too, state's short of money, everybody else. But I say, at an appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I would offer a motion. I'm not going to put a motion on the floor now because the superintendent's motion is there, and I think everybody should address it. have an opportunity to address that motion before they start addressing anything I might put on the floor. But at appropriate time, I would like to come back and offer the motion that was brought up and passed at their meeting last Wednesday night.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. A senior high school in that site, of course. I just wanted to apprise you of that. The board has the right to do whatever they want. But the Richmond Heights Community Association.
That's site 11, Mr. Chairman.
It is?
13 is just north
Yes.
of 14.
Yeah, on the north side of 160th Street, on 147th Avenue. 11's the one that's over by Richmond Heights.
Right.
That is unacceptable for a lot of reasons.
Mr. Chairman, could I address Mr. Braddock's suggestion?
Yes.
Couple of points. As you recall, and we had some discussion about this at the previous board meeting regarding the size of the high school. This is something that we've been talking about for an extended period of time, and I believe that on two distinct occasions you had given us very strict instructions about downsizing the size of the high school. Clearly, one of the analysis that we did, and we did this a few months back, certainly before I became superintendent, but one of the things that we did, we had looked at the possibility if we downsized the high school to about 2,600 students, what would be the acreage that would be necessary for a high school of that site. We ended up with approximately 30 acres. Clearly 28 will require a waiver, but I have absolutely no problems with building a high school there. We could possibly build an extra floor if that was the case. We could build up, which would free up the facilities for the for the parking and the necessary facilities for playground space and so on and so forth. So that may be a way to do it, and contingent on that, my caveat would be the following, is that whatever we would save on site acquisition for that site, and there would be some savings by the cost of the site reduction, that we would apply that for the purchase of a second site for another small high school, which hopefully would be addressed at a quicker as a result of a subsequent site selection and the next educational plan survey.
Mr. Chairman?
Could I raise a question first? Mr. Visiedo, there was a site, and I'm not trying to confuse things. My memory does not remember the site where there was some consternation in terms of being owned by two people. Is that the site?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
I don't want us to get into...
No. Let me clarify that for you. When that site first came to the site selection committee, it was a 40-acre site, and there were two owners. One was for 30 acres.
Okay.
The second one was for 10.
I thought it was that one.
That's correct. The one for 10 acres has subsequently to submitting that withdrew that offer, and in fact building houses on that property right now. The 28 acres, I believe, are still available. In fact, I know they're still available, and they do reside within the boundary line.
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Croft.
Could I suggest that we address the motion that's on the floor? I get the feeling that there might be some sentiment against the motion. If we can get rid of that, maybe we can get on with some constructive business.
All right. All right. All in favor of the...
Wait. Are you going to let us speak to it?
Yes, Mrs. McAlity.
Thank you. I want to just run through the original thinking on why we needed a school development boundary. There were really valid reasons for that, and it was something that was discussed over a 6-month period. There were a number of public hearings, both here at the county commission, and it was not something done in secret at all. There were environmental concerns. I know that probably a lot of you who live in the area of Site 14 are living there because you wanted to be away from a lot of the development in the city and so forth, and that's an area that has less of it. We wanted to try to slow down the advance of urban development too, and so we wanted to try to do our part as an agency that is supported by tax dollars to try to slow down the encroachment on our water supply. And as we have gone along with the development in Dade County, building schools without any thought to what our responsibility is as a public agency, we have tended to contribute to that. We have paved over many, many large areas without thinking of the consequences of that relative to our water supply. That was one reason why we adopted this rule. We've been moving farther and farther west. It's something we've got to slow down, and we have to cooperate with the planners who have become experts in this area and not just following along with the pressures that have been allowed to happen because of unbridled growth in Dade County. We wanted to address other concerns about urban sprawl, such as the stretching out of the transportation routes, which makes it more and more difficult for people to get around the county. We also wanted to address racial balance. As the county has sprawled ever westward, it has been the racial identification of our schools has become more acute, with many of our more racially identifiable schools on the western boundaries. So those were good reasons to do that. Now, the board can waive this rule. I don't think we should, especially the first time we're ever having an issue come before us that the rule is challenged by. Schools have to be in someone's neighborhood. The children from Stonewood and Limewood are going to be in a school in somebody's neighborhood. Schools are not bad neighbors. For instance, the Palmetto community, people love to own a house in the vicinity of Palmetto Senior High School because it is an excellent school and it has a lot of community support, and that's in a residential neighborhood. There is a lot more support that has come into the board office with phone calls and letters than there has been opposition. So I think you should be aware of that a lot of people who live in the vicinity support a site on a high school on that site. It's not everybody has a vision of the future, but public policymakers ought to have one. And this board eventually unanimously adopted a position that indicated a vision of what this community should be. I'm speaking about the total county community. It's not easy to hold on to that vision, and that's what I think we need to do. I would be willing to look at any other sites within the development boundary. Site 13, to me, is a possibility. I realize it's about 27 or 28 acres, which is smaller than we usually want, but we could build a smaller high school there, and we could build a taller building. This school will be for 9th through 12th graders, and so the 9th graders are not likely to have cars, so we could have a smaller parking lot. We could have a taller building, have a smaller footprint for that building, thereby paving over less of the land, which I think would be advantageous as far as the environmental issues go. I think that we should consider doing this for all of the buildings that we build now, whether they're here or not, whether there's a lot of land available to us, because we should act in the most responsible way we can relative to environmental concerns. I support the superintendent's recommendation. If the majority of the board does not support that, then I would look at other sites and let the site selection committee reconvene the process and come up with other recommendations to the board.
Okay, I echo exactly what Mrs. McAlilly said.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman?
No. I think that, Doctor, I would like to hear from all the board members. Mrs. Kaplan on A6.
Well, I recognize that we have a responsibility to the taxpayers, both as to the price of the site and the value of their own homes. I live in the Palmetto neighborhood, and I have friends who live almost on top of the high school. I've spent many hours at their homes and have never been troubled by noise. All the new schools are going to have closed campus for lunch, thereby eliminating back and forth once a day, also eliminating what many of my friends have complained to me about, now that they know I'm on the school board, which is trash on their lawns, but this occurs during the lunch hour. Also, across from Palmetto, we have a synagogue directly across with daycare, and we have a church, a Catholic church, just a block away. I don't think we can say yet that the western boundary isn't working. This is the first test of the western boundary. Now, despite all these reassurances that I have given to you about the Palmetto area and living there as I do, and people are still demanding property in that neighborhood. The homes have a tremendous resale value right across the street from the school, and as Mr. Braddock said, it's on a small site. However, you moved there because you thought you were going to the country, and I am interested in Mr. Bellizzi's site very much. Do you know how much that?
The asking price, Kaplan, is $110,000 an acre, but again, I'd say that's asking price, that's also.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Dr. Feinberg on A6, please.
Mr. Chairman, I try to ignore when information comes in a way that's disagreeable and listen to the source. And this is what I've heard. We need a school, and we need it in the general area of 13, 14, 19, 18. It should be in that area. 14, which is the site that we're being asked to approve today, is a site where it's not 100% fair to put that school where you are. I've been there. I've talked with your council. I've seen it. But I'm not going to rule it out completely. I am going to suggest that we follow along the line suggested by Mr. Braddock, disapprove it today, but not rule it totally out of consideration, so that staff can once again review the available properties. And I'm also going to say that cost factors and taxpayer concerns and construction needs being what they are, we should not rule out the possibility that we will revisit our own westward boundary rule and look at 1918, 1920, those two that are adjacent to 14. In short, I recommend that we vote no on Site 14 today, that we ask staff to go back and review the school, the sites that are in that general area between, labeled on this map 13, 14, 19, 20, 17, 18, which is the area where we need a school. I like what I've heard you say about 13, Mr. Braddock, and I also like the possibility that there's yet one other parcel that we can review. And what I want is to have staff permission to review all of this and come back with their recommendation. Now let me come back to the boundary. We have a boundary. We voted for it unanimously. We want to support it. As far as I'm concerned, I think we should keep the boundary where it is, even should in subsequent years the county boundary change. But to have a rule and to interpret it in a way that does disadvantage to the system doesn't make sense. So my last priority is violating the boundary. My next to the last preference is putting the school in Limewood, not only because of the concerns of the residents, but because of the delays that would be caused by the litigation that seems to be going on in and amongst the residents and the developer. My first priority is to get a school that doesn't cost us more than it should, so that we can serve the students in this area. In short, I'm going to vote against the motion today within the parameters that I've just described.
Thank you. Dr. Crop?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A6, please.
Very quickly, number one, I'm unalterably opposed to putting that school in that property. If I were a homeowner who bought property with the kind of covenants that legal or moral that those people bought the property with, I would be furious at this point, and probably sitting amongst them. And I don't want to have any part in perpetuating that or sealing off their hopes. So to me, that issue is done. One thing that we might consider, the other issue is one that I don't foresee very many issues, but I foresaw, I think, this one when we made that boundary. And I think the boundary is important. But maybe we can get around our own rule if we make a little amendment by increasing the number of options that we have, because I certainly am not for paying $5 million for a property here and $4 million across the street of a similar kind of property, because I bound myself in by some kind of a line that exists, and a gerrymandered line at that, in a sense, because there must be some reason for this line being so ziggy and zaggy, or whatever it is. Well, maybe it's zigging where it should have zagged, but to come in just arbitrarily one mile from that line and it falls in the way it does, it just doesn't seem logical. But maybe one way we can get around it is, instead of saying, and still stick with Mrs. McAlely's intention, is to say something like, we'll consider properties within that line and contiguous to that line. Then we maintain the line, and we improve the number of options that may exist for properties that are suitable for a school, and not change the line. Maybe just widen the line, make a corridor out of the line instead of making a pencil line on it. But I'm going to go on record very quickly opposed to the recommendation.
I'd like to respond to your question as to why the line zigzags. Our line follows the metro planning line, which has been amended over the years.
No, I'm aware of that.
Because of pressure from various landholders and developers who are pushing the line ever farther westward.
Question about that for just a minute. Are you trying to tell me, and I don't have that line, I tried to get the line so I could look at it. Are you trying to tell me that it's coincidental that the lines zigzag exactly this way around Tamiami Airport, west of that line?
I can't tell you why all the zigs and the zags.
I can tell you that what we did, Dr. Kropp, is we looked at the CDMP, and we tried to measure a mile inside so that we knew exactly what that area, so we tried to mirror that all the way around to the CDMP. Let me just address one thing, because I think
Mr. Visiedo,
as we're getting instructions here, we went through a very long, drawn-out process to get this line drawn, and we knew at the beginning that there were going to be some issues associated with, including paying more for property. That is not something that just emerged here today. We talked about that. We knew that that would be a side effect, and as we looked at that, this board in the past has taken a position. They have purchased property because they felt it was best suited for the schools. And if we really just wanted to go to get the best property, we could go Site 11 probably and get a cheaper piece of property with all the infrastructure in there. But the fact of the matter is that that property will not serve our purposes. I would submit to you that what we ought to be focusing on as you direct staff is, unless you're prepared to change that rule, to let us look inside of that line, if that's the board's direction. Now, obviously, if there's a desire on the board's part to change that board rule, That's the board's direction. But if I understand it correctly, and we're opening it up for everything, Mr. Howard has addressed you before that we may have to amend the rule prior to us going out there and start doing some of that, and that will delay the process.
I have a Mrs. Rhonda Rose, is that correct? She's at the podium. She'd like to speak. Is there a motion?
Let's hear Ms. Rose.
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye. Ms. Rose,
Aye.
you're on. Speak in the mic, please.
My name is Rhonda Rose. I'm the real estate broker who submitted Site 13, and I also did submit the site that this gentleman had presented to you. Site 13 is withdrawing their submission. They do not want to be considered for the school site. And regarding the site that was a triangular shape that this gentleman presented, was when I first presented it, it was immediately not taken as a real potential site because of the danger of the lake and the canal and the triangular figuration. So, I mean, they did consider it and have considered it for the last year and didn't take it because of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question? Let's go. Let's do it.
All right, all in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
All right, let's vote on A6. All in favor of A6, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now.
Wait, all about all opposed?
All opposed.
Well, I'm going to tell you it's 5-2 against the motion. I can count quick.
Who's the other person?
We have to make sure the secretary counts also, Mr. Chairman.
It's 5-2 against the motion. Is there a motion by the board for any consideration other than what has been voted on by
Mr. Chairman.
by the board on A6?
Mr. Chairman,
Mrs. McAlady.
I move that...
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Poll the board on that last vote. That has to be recorded.
Mr. Renick, it's already been recorded. I think the secretary knows that I voted no.
And so did I.
And Mrs. McAlady. I mean, they heard it. You wanted to be...
We voted yes.
Yes, we voted yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You all voted no, Mr. Renick.
Well, we didn't. We really didn't get a chance, but I'm sure we all did.
Yes.
You want to get a chance?
You want a shot? Are there any motions?
Yes, I have a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. McAlady.
I move that we instruct the superintendent to reconvene the site selection committee and to search for a site for CCC High School within the school development boundary.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that, but may I ask Mr. McAlady something?
Yes, Mr. Bratter.
I'll second the motion, but would that motion include any site whether the developers offered it to us or not within the boundary?
It
In
would
other words, we
include
can
any
go in
site.
and we can go in and get land whether the developers opened or not. In other words, if we thought 13 was the best site,
Sure.
we could go in and get it anyway.
Right.
Whether 13's realtor says they don't want to sell it or not.
That's right.
So long as it includes all sites within there, I second the motion gladly.
That is exactly what I mean.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't excluding somebody who had withdrawn his property or something.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rennie.
Mr. Chairman, since this really puts us back to number 14 again and 13, I don't think that'd be in the best interest of this board or what most of us wish to do, and that is to take a look at the whole picture and see now how the real estate market has changed as to what it was 6 months ago. And I'd like to amend that motion to say that there be a rescinding of the rules until this particular site
Rescinding of which rule, Mr. Bratter? I mean, Mr.
The rule that prohibits us now from looking at these other sites. And I'd like to look at 19.
You mean other sites on the other side of our line?
Within the
line.
original
Within the original
sites.
sites that were looked at before we drew the line. The same motion Mr. Braddock came back from the meeting with.
Well, only
within
question
the
I have...
original search area.
Yeah. Well, may I raise a question, Mr. Chairman? Point of order a second.
Mr. Bratter.
I had no problem with that, Bob, except then if that's the case, then the staff's wasting its time until we change the motion.
That's
until
what
we
I'm
change the
suggesting
policy.
we
I
do.
mean, And I don't know, I think we'd have to ask Mr. Howard what's involved in that.
Mr.
Just a matter of 2 readings to change it? Or what? Because otherwise, staff certainly can't, until that policy change, look outside. Even though we draft a motion today, the staff does not have authority on that motion today to go outside and look at any property.
Mr.
If
Chairman.
they're not going to look outside, in a sense, they're kind of wasting time, spending time looking inside, and find out they spend 2-3 months on that, and then all of a sudden we change it and they could have gone outside. So I think maybe the attorney needs to clear up when is the earliest time, if we could legally do it, when would the earliest time be that staff could get outside that line to look at property legally? Could you answer that, Mr. Howard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think, I don't think it would be a violation if you instructed the staff to reconvene the committee and look at all of the sites. The problem would come if you didn't amend the rule and still tried to go to an outside site. So I think the staff work could begin immediately if you want that to happen.
Well,
the change to the rule would have to come to you at the next meeting for the first reading, and there'd have to be a 28-day lapse for the final adoption.
the chair does not want to change the line, and I will not accept a motion to change the line. And I'm going to ask staff to tell me, why some of those other sites in there are not good enough for us to purchase and place a school on. I'm not going to sit here and make a rule 1 week and the next week I'm going to tear it down.
I got a point of order. If the board votes by majority rule to do something, then we're going to do it, whether the chairman likes it or not.
Yeah, but if the chairman doesn't accept the motion, then it can't be done. You want your Robert Rules of Order? I have one right here for you,
I wish you'd get it out.
Mr. Chairman?
I think Chairman
Feinberg.
May I suggest that we're well advised to ask staff to look inside the line. If when they come back to us, there's something outrageously expensive about what they bring to us, we could at that point make the initiatives that are being approached right now. We don't have to do it now. We should not do it now. If we need to do it, we might do it later.
Right.
If the requirement is absolutely pressing, but we don't have to do it now.
Right.
And so I suggest we have already ruled on the motion.
If we just put an
We don't need
agenda
another one for staff to go and look
We
at
notify
the
staff. There'll be an
Staff
agenda item in the next
understands what the situation
That takes
is.
care of it.
Mr. Superintendent.
No, staff does not understand the question, and I really do want some very clear instructions. If you're telling us that you want us to start looking inside and outside of the line, then I need to be advised of that. And if that's the case, obviously we can start doing that. We will not bring a recommendation back to you until such time that you change the rule pursuant to Mr. Howard's.
What I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, through the superintendent, is, Mr. Superintendent, I want you to prepare an agenda item under my name to start rulemaking procedures to change the rule at the next meeting.
All right. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Braddock.
I would second Ms. McAlo's motion, which I still second. And now that Mr. Renick's saying what he can, it's all right. I just didn't want staff wasting staff's time looking outside if we might not come back with a direction to do that. They don't need to waste time like that. But if Mr. Renick wants to prepare a motion, agenda item next time, I have no problem. We can vote on that then. But Ms. McAlo's motion, I think, is a proper motion. They give staff direction to stay inside the line, but any property is fair game inside the line. Now, if we don't like that, we can make that pass that next time.
That's what I'm saying too.
Just a moment. This gentleman would like to speak.
I have a comment to make in reference to the line.
Will you state your name,
My name is Bob Gorman. I'm a resident of Limewood. The southern boundary of the school board's proposed line on the map is improperly drawn. It is exactly 1 mile from 147th Avenue to 157th Avenue. However, the southern boundary of your line is improperly drawn. It is approximately 1.4 miles from the southern master plan boundary of 186th Street to 168th Street, which is where your line is drawn on the southern boundary. The moving of your line 4/10 of a mile to the south would put it right in the middle of Site 19, which would put part of Site 19 inside the line and part of it outside the line. I submit to you that this may make that a viable alternative for the board to consider, in addition to requesting that Site 14 be removed from consideration here today as well.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask
Okay.
the
Dr.
may I ask the
Feinberg.
speaker from Linewood, how do you know that?
I drove it myself.
You mean the odometer is what told you?
Yes.
How do we know where the line is, Mr. Superintendent?
Well, we could always check that.
Well, I really, we can get in here and start talking about tenths of a mile. Through attendance boundary, I've had 1,000 citizens come in here and tell me this 1.2, and it's always different with the way we measure it as opposed to they measure it. with
How
an
do we
odometer.
measure?
The way we did it is by the same method that the CDMP people did it, and we worked cooperatively with Metro, and they're the ones that helped us develop that line pursuant to those standards. So if anybody made a mistake, the Metro Planning Department along with us made them. So we'll deal with them if either that or maybe you can check your car.
No,
Mr. Chairman?
It's exactly 1 mile from.
Mr. Braddock.
I would say that really doesn't have any bearing here. If the line is wrong, that's a self-correcting thing. We're still set inside the line. If the line is off by
All right.
4/10 of a mile, staff finds it, staff can correct that. That still doesn't affect the motion.
All right.
We can correct any place, in other words, where the line is drawn improperly through some error. That's a correcting thing.
All right, we're going to vote on Mrs. McAlilly's motion. Mr. Renick.
I think it's pointless to do it till we have all of the parcels that we're going to look at.
What do you vote, yes or no, Mr. Renick? No. Ms. Kaplan.
No.
Dr. Crop.
Yes.
Mrs. McAlilly.
Yes.
Dr. Feinberg. Yes. Mr. Braddock. Yes. And I vote yes, it passes.
Mr. Chairman, may I remove Site 14 from your consideration for future work?
Okay, thank you. All right, the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you know,
Mr. Colbert.
this is exactly what I thought was going to happen, and that's why I think you ought to grandmother in all those sites that have been proposed before, and don't change the boundary. Just instruct the site selection committee to look at every site. You know, you may save $1 million across the street, and Mr. Chairman, that's what you should be concerned with. If it meets the criteria and it's just outside that line, you had this gentleman tell you that he measured the lines, and you had Mr. Visiedo say that the county is right. He's not sure if the county's right. They could be wrong. They've been wrong many times.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I think that wisdom here is to instruct your site selection committee to look at all of the sites, and if
Mr.
by
Chairman,
chance...
the speaker is out of order. The board has taken a vote, and I think for him to now tell us something else is inappropriate.
Different attitude when you win one and when you lose one.
Mr. Chairman.
The board is going to take a 20-minute break and reconvene at 5:30.
Mr. Chairman.
And our children. And we would like to ask, what is your future plans, if any? I hope for them to have a supplement, an increase, a bonus, whatever you'd like to call it.
Mr. Chairman, if I can address that?
Absolutely.
One of the things that we clearly talked about was the fact that there are a lot of lead principals out there that are doing an excellent job. When we went to that model, that feeder pattern lead principal model, we found that there are a lot of quality people out there that are providing support services. However, one of the issues that we were concerned about was that as we talk about lead principals and we talk about the possibility of establishing a stipend, if you will, that's an appropriate forum to have some discussions through the meet and confer process. And as you know, we do have meet and confer sessions with the DCSAA, and we felt that that would be the appropriate forum to deal with that. I clearly intend on coming back to this board, subject to a lot of those discussions and some recommendations from staff.
Schulte, State Chair, Florida Tax Research Foundation. A7 is directly addressing payroll cost increases by this school board's action. If you vote yes on this, I would ask you to vote no. Here are the following reasons why I can justify saying that. Not once have I heard the R word from any single member of this board or any member of your staff. I'll say the R word for you, recession. I will now read the names of 9 staff employees: Solomon Stimson, Richard Hines, Bhagwan Gupta, Donnie Carter, Virginia Rosen, Michael McNeil, Henry Frayne, August Niccolo, Maria Davis, and Della Hatch. 9 people. Payroll cost, in all probability today, going by your own formula, payroll cost is right at $100,000 per piece before you give them the raise that are being proposed here. These raises that are being proposed are going to be in the order of $6,000, $7,000, $10,000, $11,000 payroll cost increases if you implement this. Your war, your attack on poverty, well, you've attacked the poverty section of Dade County, probably mortally wounding them, the poverty-stricken taxpayer. They may never recover. They can't, in any event, resist your attack on them. They cannot attack you back, so don't worry about that. Let me say that you are having headlines flashed through the Miami Herald that you have a $3.6 million holdback you might have to effect. Well, that's certainly flies in the face of these enormous pay increases. Most of these pay increases that I'm looking at here on your scale are upgrades from 50...
Can you wrap it up for me, Mr.
Yes,
Schulte?
from grade 47 to 50, from grade 50 to 52, from 48 to 51, in that order. Also, I noticed that all of this falls in 22 department heads. I only named the first 9, so the payroll cost increase is going to add significantly. Here we are looking at people parading in front of the Department of Labor,
Mr.
Florida.
Schulte, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that this is a total insensitivity, callous approach to the people at Eastern Airlines who are finding themselves without any income, while you're giving 8 and 9 and 6 and 7% raises greater than the CPI of last year.
Okay, Mrs. Joan Wolfstorff.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr.
I think
Croft.
that has to be rectified in terms of what he said. There has to be an answer here.
Well, what I would prefer is to let the speaker speak, because then we're going to get into a rhetorical contest here. So maybe we can let the speakers, and then I'll be glad to address some of the issues.
That's what I was going to do.
Mr. Turner, board members, Mr. Visiedo.
Pull the mic up, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Joan Wolfstorff, 5825 Southwest 119th Street. This afternoon, I speak as chairperson of the Palmetto Feeder Pattern Citizens Advisory Committee and would like to address essentially 3 topics. First, the actual restructuring of the district and region offices. While reorganization and re-establishment of priorities are clearly the prerogative of a new superintendency, the financial aspects of this restructuring are of concern to us. Although we understand that they are cost neutral, in fact, perception often outweighs reality. Vast budget cuts, with more anticipated shortly, indicate that eventually students in our classrooms are going to be directly impacted. The public perception that the financial adjustments reflect after 3 years of extraordinary effort and hard work, that this mode enables us to positively affect each school site and each child within our classrooms. We hope that the feeder pattern concept will not ultimately be discarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Renick on A7.
I'll listen until everybody gets through speaking, please, Mr. Chairman.
They're finished.
That is why I made the recommendation to establish the old position of the region directors, where there's going to be some supervision. And let me just address one other point which was discussed with a great deal at the last board meeting. We talked about region directors, and there were some concerns regarding a specific area in the school system and how we're going to address that. Well, this is one of the answers to how I'm going to address that. I'm going to have people that are going to have line responsibility, going out to the schools, visiting, addressing issues, addressing concerns of the parents, and hopefully that coupled with the kind of leadership that we're going to have through the lead principal and the feeder patterns, and let me assure you that I have no intention of doing away with the feeder pattern. I'm very pleased and very satisfied with what's going on there. And with that kind of support system, I assure you that there's going to be better performance at the school level. As far as the raises are concerned, most of these are reclassifications. There's not a significant amount of dollars involved. Those people that have assumed responsibility for major departments are in fact going to get a raise. And they're getting a raise that, for all practical purposes, would be in the distribution of some of the abolished positions. I also want you to take note that part of this reorganization talks about some downward reclassifications. Some people's jobs have been simplified and reduced in scope, and their pay grade reflects that accordingly. So this is a very responsible plan. This is a very modest plan, and it's one that I think, given the light of everything that's going on in this community, addresses the needs of the educational system in Dade County, and at the same time is not something that could be looked at as being frivolous.
The one thing that you don't, well, that's the next section. I'm sorry, I have a question for 8.
You finished, Dr.
Yes.
Mrs. McAlilly on A7, please.
Could you pass me for a few minutes? And let
All
me-
right, Mr. Braddock on A7, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, I have no problem A7 except in one area, and the superintendent was kind enough to meet me in Washington the other night at 11:30 at night. We met from 11:30 till 20 minutes to 1. It was the only time I had free at all with meetings to get briefed on this, but I did not have the advantage of having...
Where we are with construction, where we're going, where we want to be in the next 2 or 3 years, so that as you go out and face the public, you're going to have some hard data, and we're not going to be dealing with imaginary black and green and blue books as we have in the past.
Okay. I think, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, I think that covers. Let me just double check.
That covers all of yours, Mr.
I
Braddock.
do have a question.
I think,
when you're ready for me.
yeah, that covers my concerns, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. Mrs. McAlilly on A7, please.
Can we discuss A7 and A8 together, or you want us to just limit it to A7?
Just limit it to A7 since no one else has done it.
Okay. I have to trust your judgment, Mr. Visiedo, because you've been deeply involved with the construction program. And if you think that this organization is the way to deliver the projects the most expeditiously, I figure you know better than I do. And of course, that's how we'll judge it, on how well they are delivered. I do have a question, though, on the charts that deal with the Bureau of Facilities Management. All of those divisions that are under Dr. Gupta's responsibility. Well, if you could start on page A7, yeah, the background material, page 14. See, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that report to Dr. Gupta. And then if you look through the charts that follow, you'll see that, well, I guess we can exempt the Office of Capital Construction Projects from this analysis. That isn't really what I was addressing my concerns to, but going to page 16, the Division of Plant Engineering has, that's a fairly sizable division. It has 44 people there showing up on the chart. Go to the Division of Document and Contract Management, and there are 9 people in that division of the administrative rank. Page 18, the Division of Programming and Design Management, there are 18 people there who will be under that division. Of course, it does include the EPCs and APCs, the CAs, and the quality control, apparently on a broken line. But you go over to the Division of Facilities Operations, and that is a huge organization. Not that I don't think the executive director that you're recommending is not capable of handling it. I think that she is, page 19,
I was gonna
eminently
suggest another name.
capable. But it's such a big organization, and compared to the others, it's out of proportion. And my question is, the rank of someone with such a major responsibility. You've combined CIF and maintenance and put them together under the same office. It seems to me a few years ago those two offices were separated, and before then it was a higher rank. Now I can't remember what the rank was going back several years back, but it seems to me that this is a job proportionately much larger than some of the others, and I question why it is only a executive director.
Well, let me take a shot at that. There's clearly, as you look at the chart and you look at that area, there is a very heavy concentration. It clearly looks very service-oriented, and you have a lot of coordinators and a lot of people that are basically working on the trades and doing different kinds of things. However, and just to take your example, if you talk about the previous two, which deals with contract management and design management, although there may not be a large number of personnel directly related to it, there's a lot of contact with outside architects, engineers. So there's a project architects and different kinds of professionals on the outside that I suppose if you started putting volume and number of people there, there would be also a relatively impressive number of people that would be dealing there. Quite frankly, that is an issue that, you know, I feel that it's addressed in that manner. When we took care of the other executive directors, we felt clearly that that would be the appropriate level dealing with the kinds of professionals that would be dealing with. In the instance of the facilities operations, all I can tell you is that although there are a large group of people, there's also a large number of people of assistants in supervisory positions that will be providing support services to that executive director. Obviously, we have a procedure in place which would not preclude us if, in fact, that's an issue of concern of revisiting that. But based on what we discussed initially as we prepared the reorganization, we felt that this was the appropriate recommendation.
What would be our review process?
It's through a reclassification process. It could be reviewed if that's something
I would like it to be looked at, and if it comes out that it's okay the way it is, I would certainly not challenge it any further, but it looks disproportionately large, and so I would feel
there is
having it looked
a
at.
window period which happens to be part of the MCCP, and that's something that can be done pro forma as a matter of
Do we need to?
No, that's strictly
take a
an
look at it?
administrative
Great.
review process.
Thank you.
Dr. Feinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Superintendent, I'm going to make my comments as a highly interested bystander in relation to these charts, which are, after all, your business in the same way that you are our business. But I will make a couple of observations to follow up on our conversations on the matter. The first is that in everything that has to do with business, I suppose in every area, but certainly in business, I'm a firm believer in putting specialists in charge of an area of specialty. The second is that wherever possible, certainly in the area of business, I want to operate on the basis of contracts and not permanent jobs. And the third is that our organizational arrangements in the business area as well as in other areas have to be designed to meet our goals. And as I've looked over these charts, I thought I saw some things that were surprisingly good, but others that were simply surprising. Now, I want to repeat the goals, because that, after all, is where the proof of the pudding lies. My goals are, of course, those of the board, those 7 system priorities. Beyond that, I want us to develop high school graduates who can get a job, who can also continue studying, and who can use leisure time wisely. And I want to build schools so that we can deliver the programs to them. And I want to build those schools now. And I want to get work out on the street to build schools now, or now in 5 minutes. Those are my goals. As we have reviewed these charts, Mr. Visiedo, you've told me that you think that these arrangements will lead to goals that I didn't specify in as much detail as I am now. And all that remains is for us to monitor and make sure that they do in fact lead to those goals, and that if they don't, that we quickly change them so that they do. And having said that, I think I've said enough. There are, as I said, a lot of areas where I see real strength here. And the other areas, I know that we'll be watching closely so that we can make the alterations that are needed. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to speak on 7, Mr. Chairman.
You do?
Please.
All right, Mr. Renick, you have it.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, as I read through this, and I agree a lot with what Mr. Braddock was saying, that in some of these jobs of these people, seem like we have really lumped a whole lot of work on just a very few people's shoulders. Am I correct in that now Mr. Gupta and Ms. Rosen and Mr. Pennington are the 3 people in charge of this whole building process? Would that be correct?
No, Mr. Renick, Dr. Gupta is in charge of the building process. He is the only one in charge of the building process.
So he is now, that's Jim Dam's position, correct?
I really would rather not refer to it that way.
The position that Mr. Dam held before.
It's not even that. This is a significantly reduced scope of responsibility.
He built stuff.
That is it. But it is not the previous job.
And the other 2 people, Ms. Rosen, who used to be with Mr. Turner's office, correct?
No, Mrs. Rosen hasn't been in Mr. Turner's office since Mr. Bell became superintendent. She was working in the Office of Administrative Services, reporting directly to me when I was deputy.
Doing what kind of job?
She was basically doing some of what we're going to be doing at a higher level now, which is monitoring the projects, checking for variances.
Is she now in charge of all projects?
I beg your pardon?
Is she now in charge of CIF?
No, she's not in charge of CIF. She is in charge. She will be conducting the Capital Improvement Committee, the Technical Review Committee. She will be in charge of the Governmental Relations section.
What does all that mean in layman's language?
Well, what that means is she's going to have a lot to do. She's going to be running, helping frame all the policy issues. We'll be processing all the items that come before the board related to the business items. She'll be working with Dr. Gupta, and she will be developing an accountability program which will give us the availability of knowing whether projects are on schedule, whether they're off schedule, whether there are significant variances in the budgeted amounts, and that kind of
And
project.
she's qualified to do that?
Absolutely.
Because I figure all teachers, English teachers, could probably, you've made principals all intermingling, and while we disagree, and I think some principals have a tougher job than others, I know that you get an administrator who's great at painting walls. You can't put them in a machine shop and say, fix an engine.
I can assure
they may
you.
be qualified to do it, but they just can't do it. And what concerns me is that I see us loading the camel up on certain people's back where they have just an extraordinary amount of responsibilities that I don't know how, if these are number one, the one man in charge, 2 people under this gentleman, and then they've got just reams and reams of things to do. I don't see how it can be done, because isn't somewhere in here we're taking over all the duties that we had the construction management firm doing?
We've been doing that for the last 3 months.
I know that.
We have done that, and we have an organization in place.
So they're doing
has
that
done
too?
That is correct, sir. That's what we've been doing for the last 3 months.
And could this be a reason why things have kind of slowed down?
No, the reason why things have slowed down is why we have A8 behind here, which are going to basically address that. And quite frankly, I don't agree with you, and I think we've got to be very careful to say things have slowed down. Things have not slowed down. What we have done is we're approaching
Things
things
haven't
from a
gone
different...
as fast as we would have liked.
Well,
them to.
Mr. Renick, that's something that can't be attributed to the last 6 months. That's something that can be attributed to the point in time when we started this program and we started going through the whole PMC approach and putting out an RFP, and that's where it all started. We are now in the process, and have been over the last several months, in the process where we have an efficient organization that's doing what you want us to do.
Well, Mr. Superintendent, you and I have agreed and disagreed on many things, and it just doesn't seem that we have enough people in this construction business on hand to do the work.
Well, that's what AA is designed to do, and maybe we can address some of that
How
at that
quick are you
time.
going to look at this if it doesn't work?
Very quickly. Let me just take this opportunity to say this to the board, because I think we're sort of going around and around here. I don't want you to think that I take this organization or where we are and what the importance of this capital construction program lightly. I understand also that my performance and how that program performs and how the people that are going to be working for me in that program, quite frankly, is going to be a total and a direct relationship, and that you're all going to hold me accountable if, in fact, this program continues to go the way it used to go. And I fully understand that. And I feel confident, even with that kind of understanding, that the people that are going to be in those leadership positions are going to make the job and going to allow me to come back to this board and basically told you that I was right.
And what happens if it doesn't work that way?
Then there's two choices. I can change it, which I'm prepared to do that, and I am not hesitant nor shy will do that. The other option is obviously that the board can be very dissatisfied with my performance, and you can, obviously do something about that.
That's all I have on 7.
Well, we have some strong feelings this evening.
How about 8?
Just a moment, please. I want to, Mr. Superintendent, I'd like to ask you just one question on page 15. Obviously under construction on the left side here where you have construction coordination for regions 1 and 3, regions 4 and 6, obviously you feel that you can put one person in there that will be able to handle both of those regions.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's the recommendation of the people who were in this project, that they feel that that would be an adequate approach.
Okay, I'm not worried about it because we talk about construction every day. So if we find that it isn't all right, then we'll do something about it.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chairman.
So it doesn't bother me.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
Mr. Superintendent, I know that you have plans to produce a status report and a schedule for the future. Have you determined when that information will be coming to the board?
Let me give the board a little brief information on that. We have been meeting Dr. Neff and Mr. Balsa and Dr. Gupta, Mr. Pennington, Mrs. Rosen. We've had several meetings regarding creating an analysis that will do several things for the board. Basically, one would give you a snapshot of where we are today. We'll give you a brief historical assessment of what has happened and transpired and what got us here. And we'll create an analysis of our systems, of the systems that are in place, of this organization that we're discussing right now. In fact, if that report identifies areas of weaknesses, we're prepared to deal with that. And very specifically are going to look at some long-range expectations so that board members know whether projects are in fact online, whether the systems that we have in place to monitor the progress of the program are adequate, and whether these are working on an ongoing basis. So board members will have a document from an objective third party who will basically come in and look at our organization, look at our long-term plans, look at our budgetary process, our estimates and all these kinds of issues.
Had many of the leaders of this town, and that question came to me several times, that they weren't happy about what was going on in terms of the projects getting out there, and there's enough unemployment here, and we need to run a lot of projects out so that people will become hired. My answer to them was that in 60 to 90 days we were going to put a multiplicity of projects out, and there would be more employment and more jobs and everything else. Can you tell us anything contrary to that?
No, let me say this, and you have some architects here that'll basically be giving you much of the same message. There is a genuine concern, and we hear it, I'm sure you hear it, I hear it all the time, that we need to put more work out on the street. And obviously, the volume of work that is hitting the street becomes magnified because there is no other work out on the street. I mean, you take Dade County Public Schools and the airport away, and that is it. There is no other construction work out there. So clearly, we are the only game in town, and by virtue of the fact that we're putting work out there, we become that much more visible, being the only ones that are putting work out in the street. The issue, one of the things, and I alerted the board to this before, one of the things that we have done short term is that we've taken a lot of projects that previously were scheduled under the, quote, the holistic approach, and we had been holding them up, and there were going to be $3 or $5 million renovation projects. Through Mr. Pennington, one of the first things that he did was look at many of those projects, split them up through the EPCs and APCs, broke them up into smaller projects, and we actually handed out something like 30, 40 new projects that are in the pipeline for design for being constructed. These are standalone projects that have been pulled away from major renovations and capital projects in order to get more work out on the street, in order to get more of the smaller subs to be able to participate in some of this. Clearly, we are now at the stage where we are in a situation we need personnel to push the project along. That's why you have the recommendation of A8 before you. Mr. Braddock made the point at the previous meeting that this is a concern that has been expressed to him, and we advised him at that time that we would be coming back with this recommendation. I feel that if you approve A8, with the staff that we have on board and the additional personnel, that we'll be able to get all those projects that are currently in the pipeline, and we're going to be in a position where we're going to have well over 100 to 120 projects out on the street at all times for the next 4 or 5 years, and we'll be, in fact, contributing to this community. I don't want, however, to create a scenario out there where we're pushing out projects for the sake of pushing them out and paying for quality control problems at the end of the project. Unfortunately, I think we did some of that a couple of years ago, and you have items that are going to be here before you today that we're going to be addressing because of some of those kinds of tactics. We're going to try to be responsible. We've established a quality control approach to the way those plans are being developed, and with the people that you're going to authorize today, I think we'll be able to push this project ahead.
Thank you. We're going to move to A8 if there are no other comments, suggestions, or whatever on A7. All right. Pedro Valdez, A8. Richard J. Nordis is next. Senior Gilbert is next.
She's not here.
No one's here.
Senior is here.
Richard Heisenbottle? All right, thank you. Juan Crespi is next.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good evening. My name is Richard J. Heisenbottle. I'm president of the Miami chapter of the American Institute of Architects.
$1 billion. It's increasing, as Mr. Visiedo will tell you, at the rate of about $100 million a year, including this R year, the recession year. Nobody got a cut.
Your time is up.
And Dr. Crop, I'd be happy to substantiate the figures that I used before that you questioned on A7. I have the figures right here. Your figures, not mine.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask make a comment, please?
Yes,
right
Mr.
quick?
Braddock.
For Mr. Schulter's benefit, for the public's benefit, when this program was put into effect, the public was told it cost a minimum of 1.5% to administer the program. Overall, a minimum 1.5%, and if a PM took it, it could go as high as 2 to 2.5%, but a minimum of 1.5% to administer the program. That was known up front when we let it out. So if you're looking at a $1 billion program, 1.5% of the $1 billion program is what it costs to administer the program. It can't be administered without anybody. It's got to have people there to do it. So we're not in bad faith with the taxpayer at all. We're doing what we were told to do when they passed the bond issue.
Mr. Chairman, one final point. I think it's important that the public understand, and this was clearly not the deciding factor, but I think the public needs to understand that if we would have gone to a program manager, an outside consultant, for the year, we would have projected a cost of over $7 million. As we're talking about here, we're talking about the cost of running this program in-house, inclusive of software, secretaries, personnel, the whole issue of $2.5 million. So I don't want to just say that we're saving taxpayers' dollars. Clearly we are. The intent is to be efficient and to do the job and to deliver the program that we've met, but by the same token, as we focus in on saving taxpayers' dollars, this recommendation does some of that.
Mr. Superintendent, in addition to what you say, contingent on the kind of capital outlay program that we engage ourselves in, produces a savings and on different projects. I don't mean on one project, could produce savings on 35 projects.
Absolutely.
And so they need to know that too. The other thing they need to know is that the money that we spent, that we borrowed in terms of the bond issue, there was a law passed in the last legislative session which indicates that our taxpayers don't pay taxes on the unused amount of that bond money. Did you know that, Mr. Schulte? I didn't ask you to get up now.
You really do want an answer, don't you, Dr. Turner?
No, I was giving you information. I was giving you some information. If you want to speak, you can speak.
Would you like me to speak to you in private or publicly about that particular problem?
Privately, it'd be greater.
Well, you know, you did have a problem 4 or 5 years ago where you took $11 million before the bond issue. You took it out of capital, and you simply bled it over into your operating budget. Why? For increased salaries. You're doing the same thing here. Now, if these people were being paid as outside contractors, they're not here from cradle to the grave. They're not here forever with their retirement system. I say that you should give the contracts out. Instead of hiring in-house on AA, put it outside house where they are and then that would be proper. You wouldn't be more or less walking on the edge of breaking the fiduciary trust relationship, which probably the auditor of the state would say you're not going to do. Betty Castro would say it's great, go ahead and do it. But it's not right. And it's probably against the law as it was 4 or 5 years ago when you did it.
Mr. Schulte.
Mr. Chairman, by the way,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Schulte, we've taken up some of his suggestions. Many of these will be contract employees that are only contracted for the 18-month project period, and they will very quietly go away at the end of the appointed period if, in fact, we don't need them anymore. And that's the board's direction. We've done that at the board's direction.
All right, David Perez.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Mr. Frazier had requested to speak, and I don't believe he was signed up.
A motion by the board.
Did we hear Mr. Frazier?
All right, all in favor say aye. You're on, Mr. Frazier.
My name is Ron Frazier, and I'm representing the Association of African American Architects and Engineers. My comments are directed primarily at the construction program. Our organization supports the reorganization in its overall concept, structure, and additional staff. But there's still some fine-tuning and adjustments that will need to take place. I think that the board needs to be aware that key issues in a program like this is having an overall understanding of the dynamics of the program, knowledge of job responsibilities, and foremost of all, performance and accountability. I think you have to be able to comprehend what an elephant is before you can begin to design and construct its tail. We do have some other concerns that we'd like to bring to the board as it relates to this program, and I've spoke to Mr. Visiedo and Dr. Gupta about a couple of these. And they've given me their commitment to be proactive on these issues. Our first concern is the lack of blacks in high administrative positions, as it appears on the construction charts for this piece of the organization. And I think this situation needs some attention now. I'm aware of your non-discriminatory affirmative action hiring practices, but what is needed is a reassurance and a commitment by the board of follow-up and monitoring. I think there are several departments, and all you have to do is look at that chart, and you can ask the superintendent and support staff to tell you what the composition is, and you'll find out that there are several departments that do not have any blacks in them. And I think what this does is that this shows also a recent hiring of people that came over from PMC and what have you, but what I'm trying to indicate to you is that this is indicative of an attitude that needs to change. One of the things we found out is that a lot of times we use the crutch that we can't find any for not filling that position. Well, you have to be proactive when you find people.
Can you wrap it up for me, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Frazier?
I'll wrap it up now. I think the board needs to reinforce its employment policy, and it needs to monitor it on a frequent basis. In other words, this staff needs to be reflective of this community. The last concern that we have is to make sure that those projects that were high on the priority list when blacks voted for this bond issue remain high on this priority list. We don't want a reorganization to mean a reshifting of priorities as it relates to things that happen to us in the black community. In conclusion, I'd like to say that the organization is committed to help you find qualified blacks. And I've already started that process because I want to plug that loophole very quickly. But I think you need to understand, and I think you need to take into consideration, as the rate of growth of population in this town begins to go up, you're going to need another bond issue. And you're not going to get the same overwhelming help as you did on this one unless there's some parity in this system. With that, thank you.
Mr. Frazier, I think that this board made a commitment to this community that it will keep very succinctly. I think we will keep it. We made it, and we will keep it, and you can count on that. The superintendent is aware of it, and we all share of what you've said, and we intend to keep our end of the bargain. I really do appreciate your coming down and expressing it, too. Thank you. All right, all in favor of the item, say aye.
Senior Gilbert.
Oh, I'm sorry. When I called on you, I didn't see you.
I wasn't in here. It's been a
Okay.
long meeting.
Yeah. All right, I'm sorry.
I'm Sina Gilbert. I represent the Dade County Council of PTA and PTSA. I could also say that I represent a parent who's been involved in phase 1 of a project for the past 14 months. I'm here on behalf of the County Council of PTA to urge you to support the superintendent's recommendation. It is time to get this program on track.
I wanted to ask a
Mrs.
question about
McAlilly.
A8.
Okay.
I know
I'm
we've
sorry.
discussed this to some extent, but it still isn't clear to me, Mr. Visiedo, when we will begin to see a lot of projects out there being awarded, architects being selected, construction contracts being awarded. When can we expect to start seeing that happening again?
My understanding, at the point in time that we broke up the relations with the program manager, we had approximately, between phase 1, 2, and 3, we had about 120-something projects that were in the pipeline. That will vary. Most of them were in phase 2, phase 3. There were some that were, I believe there was approximately, if my recollection is correct, about 20-something that were in phase 4, which is almost ready to bid. Some of those have come out. Quite frankly, many of them, because of the transition, had been forwarded to DOE, which we were under the impression that had been forwarded. We had to forward them. There were a whole series of factors there. I would, rather than give you an off-the-top-of-my-head answer, if it would, and I think it's appropriate, especially in light of all the concern that has been expressed by this board this evening, what I'd like to do is give you an analysis of where we are with the number of projects in each of the phases. Additionally, identify for you every project that has been broken up from a major project in order to be assigned to an EPC or an APC in order to have that as a small project. And I think that will give you a better understanding of what will be happening over the next 30 to 60 days. And I think rather than just give you something off the top of my head, which may or may not be totally accurate, I prefer to do it that way, and that'll give you a very good sense of what's going to be coming in the pipeline the next several weeks.
Listed in the bottom. These are the existing position in the system. And whether we had the PMC or we didn't have the PMC, we still need that for the level of the volume to process these
I'm
contracts.
not disputing the need for the function. What I'm questioning is how the function should be delivered, via permanent employment or a contract. Do we already have somebody called a manager to facilities data? Do we already have one of those?
No, not at this time.
So this is an entirely new and empty and vacant position.
That's correct.
Why is it going to be a job, a permanent part of our system, instead of a contract? That would
Because
be
it's going to be on an ongoing, continuous basis. See, the positions I look at it, the construction program, you have bond funds, but then you also have the local millage and PICO funds that are going to be there forever. So nucleus of functions that must be covered in order to provide proper internal control must be an established position. It's not a contractual position. If I go through the motion of simply identifying a function at this time as being contract,
Maybe
and keep renewing it.
I'm using the wrong word. I know I'm not communicating. When I'm saying contract in the sense of somebody who is going to be in our employ for 5 years, let's say, and then after that we have no further responsibility to each other unless we renew. That's what I'm talking about.
Well.
What I'm saying is, why are we doing some, and that's what I assume you mean by contract in those middle positions, a 5-year...
Let me try to respond to that. The issue there is that these positions are going to be positions that we're going to need right after, whether there's a bond program or there is no bond program. They are going to be positions that are going to be necessary in order to implement the capital construction program, whether those projects start cutting down, whether we reduce the number from 150 to 100.
But we don't have one now?
No, we don't have one now. A lot of these functions were performed by the PMC.
That's right.
And we are assuming the responsibility of doing a lot of these functions.
It may be late and I may not be understanding, but that's exactly my point. Either we have one of these now, and therefore we can assume that it's a forever position, or we don't have one of these now. It's something that's linked to the additional construction that we're doing, and even though we're going to be constructing for a while, the duration of the job seems to me ought to be linked to that additional work. In other words, we ought to be able to, we don't want it forever.
Well, the fact of the matter is that we do. And let me give you an illustration of why. And we talk about the program manager. One of the functions that the program manager was designed to provide us was the controls of, and they were eventually supposed to deliver to us some sort of a system that would give us the assurance that if there were variances, if there were problems in the time schedule, those kinds of things, that we would end up with a system that in fact could take over that function. If you recall, the PMC and Dade County Public Schools, I believe through your own suggestion, ended up with a shadow organization, which necessarily meant that they had some people, but we also had some people that complemented their work. Well, their part has gone, and that activity and that function still remains. Now, we may have some people that are doing some of that, but certainly not at the level, and that vacuum has been created by the PMC going away. My point to you is that function is going to remain constant. It was being supplemented by the PMC, and there was some of that variance going on at the district level. If you remember, Iggy Leong, for example, was performing exactly some of that activity.
Items that we need to move up. That's D32, no, D30, 31, 32, and F17. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We'll move D30, 31, 32, and F17 to the floor.
We accept D30, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All in favor of D30, say aye.
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 Okay.
All right, D31.
My name is Leroy Hall, ASME Union Representative, representing Local 1184 and the members. I rise to speak in opposition to D31 And I would like to, at this time, give the reasons why I have come before you this evening. On the day in question, when, after Mr. Stewart had requested a hearing, I did in fact represent Mr. Stewart.
That how much time you should have in this circumstance. So as I act as chair for the next 15 seconds, I would suggest that you not be limited to 2 minutes, but that you speed this up because you have not apparently requested a hearing under the normal procedures. The same would hold true for Mr. Williams. So if you would move your presentation along a little more rapidly.
Surely, Mrs. Makalele, thank you very kindly. In closing, I would like to submit to this board that you once again reject the recommended order by the hearing officer, and that Mr. Willis Stewart be reinstated as head custodian, and that
Yes, program.
They were also willing to sell you their workbooks. One other thing, you had a science math task force. What did we get the recommendations that came out of that? I know that one of them was a 4
You're going to be getting
4 years of science, which I never really thought was a good idea.
We did explore that issue, and there was an overwhelming consensus that that was not the way to go. Particularly when we're talking about the possibility of the legislature doing away with the 7th period day. What we're doing with that task force, we're going to continue to work with that task force to look at existing programs, how we might strengthen what we're doing now, and particularly the training of teachers. We're planning a major conference in February where we're going to be training 1 primary teacher and 1 intermediate teacher from each of our elementary schools, approximately 300 and some teachers in a 2-day workshop, and then they're going to be returning back to their schools to train the rest of the teachers on what they're learning. So we're looking at all those things now.
I am a little disturbed over one of the items in the budget amendment, in the resolution for the general budget, the operating budget. One of the items is that we're cutting out categorical in science that we were apparently entitled to and didn't spend. Why didn't we spend that money? You're talking about a stipend of like $400,000, and we're down to, there was $200,000 in there, I guess, that we didn't spend. And now that's, I guess, gone. Is that
Dr.
right?
Hines?
I think Mr. White's prepared to speak to this, but he was explaining to me that we actually survey all of our schools to come up with detailed equipment, supply lists, et cetera. And unfortunately, in the process of doing so, the state cut the categorical program. The funds were not committed or encumbered. And obviously, in that situation, that's where we went to take the funds from it, because we did not really have a commitment there. I don't know if Mr. White wants to add anything or not.
You mean you got the funds, but you didn't have the commitment?
Well, we never did get the funds. We had a budget line, but effectively what the state was doing, the state deliberately was cutting non-salaried appropriations, much heavier, in much more heavier fashion than any general operating. And this is essentially a supplementary allocation, several $100,000, and there we cut to the maximum since we would not disrupt operations. It was a supplementary kind of situation.
So we never got that money in the first place?
We never got the cash for the money. The state in both the holdbacks did not cut across the board. They tried to spare, for example, the Florida Educational Finance Program to the degree possible. They cut wherever they could in non-people kinds of appropriations, which could be regarded as supplementary and which conceivably in a year such as this could be deferred for 1 year without causing major problems. We never did get the cash for this.
But had we spent that money in September, or October, or July or August, we would not have had access to that money?
We would have spent the money, but essentially it would have been local funds.
We wouldn't have been able to go to the state and get that money?
No.
Even though it was there?
Absolutely not.
All right, well, that sheds a little different light on what I thought was a point that I was disturbed about. perhaps we all did, I received a letter from Lumar Paper Company in reference to an item that had occurred at the last agenda meeting on copy paper, and I know we had one on this agenda, which we've decided to table, I guess, at this point, to pull.
To pull, yes, sir.
But the items are similar, and this item has already been awarded, and I really have a concern over this because I read these bid sheets, and the bid sheet said that this company was disqualified because they did not submit a sample. We're talking about a lot of money here, as we were talking about in today's agenda item. And the company tells me now that the sample was submitted, that the sample was lost by us, that they were not given a receipt, which apparently may or may not be your modus operandi. But I'm really concerned. I went into this a couple of years ago with an item that we disqualified because of a lack of a sample. And I don't understand why you don't get on the telephone and call somebody who's done business with the school system, especially this kind of business, who doesn't get the award because of a sample, and we lose $37,000 by taking a lower bid. Could you respond to that?
Yes, Dr. Kropp.
By taking a higher bid.
First of all, the bid specifically required each vendor to submit samples. I don't know whether you know it or not, but the quality of paper can fluctuate from one shipment to the next. It is necessary to, before we make an award, evaluate the paper to make sure that the paper is going to operate properly in the machines. If we did not require the vendor to submit samples at the time the bid is submitted or shortly thereafter, then we would be saddled with the possibility of simply going through the bid list, finding a low bidder, calling that bidder to see if his sample passes the test. If it doesn't, we go to the next bidder. To eliminate that process, we require it to come in the bid. The procedure for receiving and documenting samples is that we log it in, and there's a special person who has that responsibility. Let the bid just stand as awarded. It's very easy. It's very easy for any vendor, Dr. Kropp, and I understand the issue related to the cost. I understand that clearly. But we have to have procedures in place to receive samples, to receive bids, and evaluate those bids. In the absence of that, I think we should stand with the bid as awarded.
Would it be illegal for us to make a phone call and request a sample?
No, it's not illegal. But there's really no way for a buyer to know whether or not a sample's been submitted unless that buyer takes time out to call the Materials Control Department to see who has submitted samples. I would recommend that in the future, in order to eliminate this problem, is that we go to a receipting process that mandates each vendor to get a copy of a receipt for a sample submitted, along with maintaining a bid log for all samples received. In this situation, we simply maintain the bid log, and we give receipts only on request.
Don't you think it's unusual that you get more than one vendor in this instance who's complaining that you didn't get their samples?
I think it's even more so unusual that it's the same vendor complaining twice.
I thought it's two different vendors.
It's two different vendors. It's the same supplier, and it's the same paper in both cases.
Well, who gives you the sample, the supplier or the vendor?
Pardon?
The supplier or the vendor?
In this case, we're talking about Lumar, who alleges that he submitted samples for bid 134L6, which was the open bid. We then come back, and we had the other vendor, the MBE vendor, along with Lumar, alleging that they submitted samples for that bid, 133, I think, L6. Those bids were approximately a month apart in the due date, and no samples were received for either bid. Now, we spoke to Mr. Haskell, and we asked Mr. Haskell whether or not he had any receipts. He did not.
Do we give receipts, though? Do we give receipts, Mr.
On
Carter?
request. On request. We also asked the vendor.
On request. That's...
But Dr. Kropp, that is simply for the vendor's record. We maintain a log that says...
But why do you ask a person if they get a receipt when we don't give receipts? I mean, I wouldn't deliver anything
They
without a receipt.
get a receipt on request. They
But
get a receipt on
if
request.
you're doing business with the school system and you deliver stuff, and traditionally that's okay, and you don't get a receipt and they get the stuff, and this time you didn't because you don't have a receipt system set up, I don't understand it.
The system is not my system. I'm simply the recipient of the product delivered.
Let me, Dr. Kropp, one of the reasons why we pulled the item was on an instructional approach, and an approach of being supportive of the troops, but not getting into, obviously, the pros and the cons of the crisis there.
Maybe we could have a letter.
We have not done a conscious attempt at saying, let's have some...
Maybe we could have a letter writing campaign or something that would help the kids.
I think individual schools have been doing some of that, Jim, as a rule, but I don't know at the district level. Are you aware of...
Well, there's no district thrust in that regard, Dr. Kropp, but you've got 6, 8, 10 schools that have, one of them I know put yellow ribbons all around the school.
They did.
One of the things that could be done, Mr. Visiedo, at your direction, would be a suggestion to schools that they may want to get into letter writing campaigns and have other kinds of activities go on in recognition of the national objective. But that would be within the discretion of the superintendent.
Yeah, we obviously could do something like that. I think the focus would be in support of the soldiers there, and the mail issue, I think we have to be careful because it creates some logistical problems for them to deliver. So there may be some alternate approaches, but we'll be obviously more glad to look at it.
Operation Homefront has been in touch with us, and they have said that they would supply the names of service people over there now that students wanted to adopt and write to one and just kind of set up a pen pal relationship. There are other kinds of things that Operation Homefront will do if we want to pursue them. I think our main role would be to share this information with schools, principals, and teachers and kids that may want to pursue it.
All right, it just seems...
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Neal.
in response to what Dr. Kropp just asked, at our next Student and Government Association meeting, which was supposed to be held on the 28th, this coming Monday, my agenda I had planned for us to have recommendations and suggestions for things that we could do to help support the military that's over in the Middle East. But unfortunately, due to mid-year exams, we had to cancel the meeting, so we'll convene again at the beginning of February.
Good that it comes from you. Lastly, we all got an attorney's opinion about the Independent Voices for Better Education, essentially shutting the door on their equal access request. Is there some kind of middle-of-the-road position we can take here?
I'll let Jim expand on things, but quite frankly, I don't think we shut the door on anything. I think what that approach did was that there are some established rules and regulations, and there is a very methodical, accepted approach to getting involved in school.
Of people, Dr. Kropp, who would be denied participation in this organization, which now would be given legitimate access to a school. You have people who, you might have a part-time secretary at another school, or you might have an hourly cafeteria worker who simply by virtue of their employment, even if they have a child in a school that's different from where they work, would not be permitted to participate at all.
In a lot of, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Kaplan.
Sorry. In
No
a
problem.
lot of inner city schools, the only people who have the time to attend are the teachers' aides, or teachers can be released to attend meetings, committee meetings, and so forth. And these people are absolutely not permitted to participate in independent voice.
And there's also a philosophic issue in that the more we separate and pull ourselves out and just try to be a distinct group, but then influence policy, the less committed we are to making things work together, to being part of a team. One of the beauties of advisory committees and PTA, and the whole concept of PTA is parents and teachers working together, is by coming together they see all sides of an issue, with no one group dominating or totally controlling.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Dr. Feinberg.
Before you make your statement, Dr. Feinberg, it just seems to me that what you're saying is if you want to belong, these are the two organizations that you have to join, because these are the ones that we recognize as official, whatever it is, organizations of school system. There's mention in here in the opinion about this might create an adversarial group or something like that. The intent of, I guess, leaving those people out of an organization is to be able to speak in a freer fashion. You get people who work for the school system, you have to have some tempered opinions in there, it would seem to me.
They're welcome to do that, Dr. Kropp, but then the issue is, should they then be permitted to come into the school and set up membership tables and solicit information and request money as a part of that? And that's where we've
Is that what they wanted to do?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's why my question was there some middle point that we could reach some sort of an agreement?
I think that was part of their intent, Dr. Kropp, and the other problem is that I think it would be just as offensive if you would say that only people that work for the school system could join the PTSA or the District Advisory Committee. The fact of the matter is that the PTSA, the District Advisory Committee, take parents whether they're employees or not. And they have plenty of representation of parents that have nothing to do with the school system and do nothing but serve as, for lack of a better term, as a watchdog. The fact of the matter is they don't want to participate in those organizations, and we feel that there's a process in place right now that provides for very, very adequate representation.
Finally, it seems to me if you have a group that's critical of you, it might be better to have them work from inside than undermining you from outside. That's all. So I was looking for some point at which they could be accommodated. To my knowledge, there are people who are interested in having kids have a good education.
Sure.
And don't feel as though the vehicles that presently exist offer them the kind of vehicle that they can express these opinions.
Well, part of the problem with the vehicles that exist now is that you have to come in and subject your views to everyone else there, all the range of parents and everyone, and sometimes your view may not be the one that prevails.
Mr. Chairman?
Dr. Feinberg.
I think there's great value in a group such as the PTA, which has, 100 years of history of association in very positive ways with this school district. Obviously, there's value also in a group such as the District Advisory Council. But I, for one, do honor to that system priority that talks about parent involvement by wanting my parent involvement any way I can get it. Through the PTA and through the District Advisory Council and through independent voices and through the SPDA parents and through the AHEAD parents and through any other group that wants to organize. What I don't want, and here I need help from our attorney, is to get into that troublesome area where we've gone beyond parent groups, however critical they may be, into the other areas. And I don't know how to open the door to independent voices and any other parent group that wants to be involved with us and still keep it closed in those other directions. Am I being sufficiently clear, Mr. Howard? And what I want is to accommodate independent voices, including their request to pass out membership forms and newsletters, because I think that's a plus for the system. And what I would like, Mr. Superintendent, is for staff and the attorney to work together on ways to see that that happens.
Well, let me respond from an administrative standpoint, and Frank can respond legally. I don't believe that anything that Frank said precluded us, if we wanted to, from allowing them in. So legally, I don't think there was anything in that opinion. I will be very frank with you. I would not be supportive of that, and there will not be a recommendation coming from my office to allow that group to do the kinds of things, to solicit membership, to exclude a particular group of people from that organization, and I don't support that. I was basically going to let the issue lie, but Dr. Kropp was talking about if there are people that are critical of us, we'd like to have them inside the organization. They have that access now. The fact of the matter is they don't want to avail themselves because every time they get into a forum where there are different opinions and their opinion doesn't happen to prevail, they want to end up in a forum where their opinion can prevail. And I submit to you that that is not the appropriate approach. Obviously, the board can direct me to do that, and I will do that, and I will do that to the best of my ability. But I think the system that we have in place with the representation that we have is more than adequate. I have been involved in those groups a sufficient number of times that I can tell you I've been enough in adversary situations with the district advisory and the PTSA and the ABC and God knows who else So nobody's going to tell me that there isn't a forum right there where people can express different opinions.
I'm not suggesting any
Doc,
motion.
you sit up, you sit here and then you tell me you got to go. So you take up all the time. Doc, I still love you, but don't treat me that way.
Before we leave this issue, I'd like to make it clear that I don't want to open the schools automatically to any group that wants to come in. Not that the Independent Voices group is the kind that I am concerned about, but there are some others who are critical of us. They don't like the kind of science we teach. They would prefer us to teach creationism. They don't like our human growth and development courses. They, many of them are quite doctrinaire. And once we, as I understand the equal access law, once we start doing that, opening it to groups like this that may have a really new agenda, then we run the risk of being open to all of them. And I don't think that's appropriate. I think we do have public meetings in all of our schools. People can come and they can object to what's going on there. They can come here, and they frequently do, and spend a lot of time objecting to what we do. We are very open about that. So I think that this could cause us a great many problems if we throw the doors open. Am I correct?
I think
Mr.
you
Howard?
are, Mrs. McAlilly. I think you're right on target.
Mr. Chairman, and I wanted to make just one other comment, kind of piggybacking on that, and that is that pursuant to board direction and the strategic plan, we're going to be reconvening the Parental Involvement Task Force for the development of a proposed statement of parental rights and responsibilities. That was part of the charge we had last year. There are 4 members of the Independent Voices for Better Education group that are members of that task force, so they will be a part of those deliberations. Now, we hope that they're satisfied, and if their voice is not the one to prevail, we hope they'll join the discussions and provide what input they can. And that's a group that's made up 2/3, if not 3/4, of parents and lay people, representing PTA, advisory committees, and others. So it's not as though we're excluding them from participation. The issue here, just to get back on your point, Mr. Turner's, is the one of access to schools. Because then tomorrow you may have a group come in with a whole different agenda and a different set of requirements of who can and cannot be a member. PTA and advisory committees, everyone can be a member, anyone who's interested in schools.
I appear to be in the minority, Mr. Chairman, but I remain persuaded of my own.
We got 2 out of
Mrs. McAlilly on the B item.
We got 2 out of 5, Rosa.
I just want to briefly report to you that the HRS District 11 Child Abuse Task Force is recently revitalized under the chairmanship of Dr. William Samick. I look forward to...
I am pleased to announce that Dr. Samuel Betances, sociology professor with Northeastern University in Chicago, will be in Miami as the speaker for a breakfast meeting of AHEAD on Saturday, February 2nd at 9 a.m. at the Hyatt Regency Coral Gables Hotel. We are warned that the crowd will fill up fast and we have to buy tickets in advance. And this is the Dr. Betances that several of the board members have mentioned. Holmes and Bill, you were there, weren't you, in the Council of Great City Schools where he made a presentation?
No.
And maybe it was in Seattle? Dr. Samuel Betances?
Oh, yes, yes. He's great.
Yeah. So
Is that Northeastern or Northwestern?
there's
Northeastern University.
There's 2 of them. He's not at he's not at one. He's at the other.
But that's in Chicago, you said?
They're both in Chicago. Yeah.
He was here recently and spoke to one of the community relations board. Matter of fact,
part of the Wynwood.
And after the Wynwood thing, and he was excellent. Had a lot of great. Matter of fact, we took him out to dinner the night before.
Good. And then I want to pass on 2 gold stars One is to UTD. For UTD Today, their resource guide on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Jose Marti, two folks whose birthdays are celebrated in the month of January. This is very nicely done, very timely, very unifying, and very nicely done. And the other Gold Star is related to E25. For Mrs. Maitasil, principal at Coral Way Elementary, who has been nominated to serve on the TEC Council. And I know that she's going to do a fine job, as did her predecessor, Mrs. Julia Mendez, on that board.
It's guest speaker for Saturday, February the 2nd, 1991 at 9 a.m. at the Hyatt Regency Carl Gables Hotel, Samuel Bertances. Guest speaker. I want to add that with the record reflected. I've added that to B4, please.
Mr. Chairman, when we, didn't I see something about any meetings that there was, the board picked up the cost of the meal, that we had to report that as income if they were local meetings? Is that accurate?
That's what I understood too, Mrs. McAlilly.
No, Mrs. Mack will report it as income. So
Pardon
you don't
me?
have to do anything. The school district will put it on your W-2 as appropriate.
Oh, it will?
And we actually have, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, good.
All right, let me give you as quickly as I can a rundown as to what transpired with the Florida School Board Association in Tallahassee and some of the information that they gave at 9192 in the state of Florida. It's we need approximately $2 billion in order to run the schools in the state of Florida. There's going to be a turf war in Tallahassee on vocational education. The reason being is that the Speaker of the House, T.K. Weatherall, is the vice president of a junior college. The other thing is that he feels that students from 3 to 18 years old should be in public schools. After 18 years old, he feels that the 18-year-olds up should be in a vocational program, and if that program is vocational, it should be in the junior college. We've been fighting that battle for years now. There will be $900 million in PICO funds, and the state legislature is suggested, and they think that they're going to take $200 million off the top. What happens with your PICO funds is that they give you, they get about $700 million, and what they do is they invest it, and they get about $253,000 per day from that, and that runs it up to about $900 million. But the state legislature in its next session is going to just take away $200 million to build a new college, a new four-year institution of higher education in the state of Florida. The other thing is that under your PICO dollars, last year they took $13.5 million from school districts throughout the state. This year, Phil Bennett, who is the auditor for PICO funds and the State Board of Education, he's going to take $35 million. The only way that he can do that is you don't expend those funds prior to April 1st of that year. Did you hear me, Dave?
Yes, sir. He's not taking it from us, though. I can guarantee you that.
Well, that's why I'm saying it loud and clear, because I want to be sure that they don't take it from us. Because
Not a penny.
And he had a list. He had a list that he showed, but he wouldn't read any of the names of the counties that were going to be affected by it.
I understand.
And who is this individual?
Phil Bennett.
And
He's the auditor. He's the guy that says, I know how to tell everybody no.
He's a public servant, and I
Yes, he
assume that's a public record.
Right. Yes, he
Somebody ought to go get it.
I have a letter here that was signed by Paul Bell, Superintendent of Schools, and in effect, I'll just read a couple of paragraphs here. It says, I requested that he replied to a recent suggestion regarding preparation of a training videotape for use with schools and community advisory groups on understanding school budgets. And this was addressed to Mrs. Kathy Quartus. And Paul's reply was the Division of Budget is developing a 30 to 45 minutes videotape that will provide a general overview of budget literacy and the budget process as it relates to budgeting at the school level. The following topics will be covered: staffing allocations, non-salaried allocations, revenue sources for school-based management schools, financial reports. Last paragraph. The deadline for completion of this video is September 1990. At this time, the tapes will be available for various interest groups. And this video is intended to provide a general overview of the school-level budgeting process and is not intended to replace all normal hands-on training, which is generally conducted over 1.5 days for school staff. Signed by our late superintendent. And they have been asking me for these tapes, and so I'm going to pass this letter down to
Dr. Hines has an update for you, Mr. Chairman.
First of all, we've honored every request for presentations, explanations, whatever, workshops in person we could.
That was a video that they were talking about.
Our media programs was going to produce this video, but they were going to produce it from funding that came from Metropolitan Dade County through this cable link. When Metropolitan Dade County lost penny sales tax, they are in the process of trying to cut back their contribution to us. Media told us they could not produce the tape. After we received the letter today, we went back to them and implored them, and Mr. McCullough decided he would bounce some other project and do the tape anyhow. So the tape will be done, it's just a little delayed.
Great, thank you,
We promise you we won't have
Really
Stan
appreciate
Forces
it.
do it, Mr. Chairman, or else it'll be an hour-and-a-half tape.
Okay, I have another letter here from the Dade County School Health Medical Advisory Committee. At the December 6, 1990 meeting of the Dade County School Health Medical Advisory Committee, instruction in human growth and development.
If we're looking aggressively at what other major school districts are doing, I know what New York's doing, but...
The crisis we find ourselves in. I would like to suggest to the board and the superintendent that we begin making these decisions as early as possible in the budget process to ensure they have minimal impact on our students and our workforce. As you know, we have already taken 2 budget cuts this fiscal year, in October and earlier this month. There's a very real possibility of a 3rd budget cut in March. In addition, the governor has taken a very conservative approach to the 91-92 budget process and has asked each state agency to prepare a budget that cuts 5% from its 90-91 budget. In light of this grim fiscal climate, the board needs to begin thinking what it wants to accomplish in the 91-92 budget cycle to continue its commitment to academic excellence through reform, restructuring, and technology. For myself, I would like to see this board take the lead in 2 areas which the governor and the commissioner has both said are imperative to local school district reform: downsizing of the organizing, what Governor Childs called right-sizing, and total decentralization of some of our departments. I'm also suggesting that we consider offering no step increases to our employees as a means of avoiding any possible reduction in force. Last year, I asked for and received a comparison of our staff levels for that year compared to 10 years ago. That data was most useful. And Mr. Superintendent, I would like to ask for it again. As we plan for 91-92, I want to reinforce 2 priorities that I hope my fellow board members and the superintendent will agree with me: the protection of the individual classroom and the avoidance of any unnecessary layoffs, which would only serve to further the deterioration of our local economy. Forcing ourselves to face budgetary constraints while still safeguarding our most critical educational programs and services will require the courage of 8 prudent people, the board and the superintendent. We can't walk on both sides of the street. We must be on the side of the children in this district and on the side of the classroom. I want to thank you for your indulgence. We have a speaker on B4. I think it's Mr. Schulte. Yes, Mr. Schulte on B4.
Thank you for being the cheerleader on that budget reduction there. Before you start the clock on that, my personal thanks.
Thank
I hope
you.
that you wrote that yourself.
Well, that's the way
we can't afford any ghostwriters, right?
No, that's the way I feel, Mr. Schulte. And when you listen to what's going on in Tallahassee and you look at your general revenue, you know that it's going to be tough for the next 2 years. And when you understand that your Tax and Budget Commission has been appointed by Governor Martinez at the state level, their report isn't due until 1993.
That's right.
We need
No,
a
it has
tax
to be
structure
finished
for
by
this state
1992.
right now, or you're going to see a lot of businesses going out of business, and you're going to see your general revenue in the state hit rock bottom, and that affects the children that we serve.
A little philosophical carry on what you're saying there is that many of these businesses will be going out of business, but mainly because in many instances, increase in taxation. There's no cut in taxation. You have no cut in taxation, and there's not going to be any coming from this coming legislature. They are going to continue to increase taxes on the other hand. That's exactly what's planned, and I will find those same things in your legislative package, which I didn't even bother to read, but I know they're in there. I'll tell you this, that your community is down on its knees, bleeding from many orifices, but I don't think anybody really cares. Well, anyhow, I'm here to speak on B4, and we'll see about sincerity here after you cheerleading now about your cuts in budget.
I've already anticipated, Mr. Schulte, and I could answer you now before you even open your mouth.
Okay.
The answer is at every board meeting we place on the agenda items where board members will have an opportunity to travel. But in many of the items that are placed on there,
You don't go.
that's exactly right.
I
And you
guarantee
know that.
you won't go to this one. Now, can I start? You can start the clock on me now. You know why you're not going to go to this one? Because it's not out of state. You can't take a plane. It's only a 3.5-hour drive up to Vero Beach. That's why you're not going to go to this one.
Oh, I drive all the time, so you're talking to the wrong person.
All right, let me see if you go to this one now. It's Nintendo today, right? And it's a 3-hour drive. You can't get up there on Amtrak, and you can't get up there on an airplane. Now, go ahead and go, and then come back and tell us all the good things that they dangle in front. It's only a 3-day conference on 2 days, I'm sorry. Probably on a Friday, and then you stay over on a Saturday. But in any event, that's not what, I'm not up here nitpicking. What I'm here to say is that you have a responsibility to prove me wrong. And I'm asking you a very simple thing that Mr. Visiedo will be happy to do if you ask him, and that is to make a reprise, a respective look back for the past 120 months over your shoulder and come up with a consolidated statement in simple dollars and cents of how many dollars were expended, not just by the school board members. I'm not too concerned about your expenditures, but by your travel expenses of your secretaries, your aides, your specialists, your executives, your department heads, your managers, and count in, factor in the time lost from their job here. And then, I won't plug it in as mandatory. Give us the benefits as a result of the expenditure of cost. The taxpayers have been very patient over the years. But if you don't create a climate, Giles says he's cutting out travel.
Your time is up, Mr. Schulte.
Local industries certainly have cut back. Metro says they're cutting back, but you're not saying anything about cutback. You got an opportunity to say something about cutback. I
just talked about cutting back in there, Mr. Schulte. I didn't come out and say cut back. I just went through that.
All right, simple request. If If you want to do it, I don't care whether you do it or not. A consolidated statement, how
Your
much money
time
was
is up,
spent the
Mr.
past
Schulte.
10 years?
Call the question on the bees, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All in favor of the B's, say aye.
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 All right. Let's move the C's.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on travel, really. Mr. Visiedo, do we have a policy change coming up concerning children out-of-country travel?
Yes, Dr. Kropp, I had the emergency item that, quite frankly, I was waiting to see how things develop. Clearly, we didn't have an item this meeting that was involved in any travel. We have notified schools that as they enter into any agreements for the future, particularly the spring holiday, that they make sure they include in any contracts some refund language there that they can cancel at any time without penalty. But as it looks right now, based on some of the information that's been disseminated in the paper, we're probably going to be coming back to the board in the next meeting restricting travel.
7? I have that one too. Dr. Feinberg.
7 and 42.
Okay, Mrs. McAlilly on C7, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I have an item C2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Neal. All right, Mrs. McAleer, let's let her start with 2, please. Thank you. Ms. Neal on C2, please.
With item C2, dealing with the calendars for the 91-92 school year, there was a concern from a couple of students with the idea that coming back from, I think, our break in April, taking it upon themselves, even if it meant to sacrifice.
Convened, and we began with your directive that was issued on April 20th, 1977, that beginning with the 78-79 school year, school will begin the day following Labor Day in September, and if there were any problems, you would be apprised of them. The committee considered lots of factors, which many have been mentioned here. All of the factors that were considered are consistent in both calendars A and B. The only unique difference is between the two. One begins before Labor Day and the other after Labor Day. I would also point out to you that a very, very strong factor in preparing these proposed calendars is the ending date of our summer school. The 1991 summer school session ends on August 16. New teachers are supposed to have 5 days of pre-planning. That means with beginning before Labor Day, they will start the Monday after the summer session ends. We contractually give teachers 10 planning days and 6 paid holidays.
Idea, and see if they would buy into it.
Well, we'll be more than glad to do that. My only concern, we discussed that
If
too.
one doesn't work, the other one will.
Well, the only concern is we thought Publix may not be too appreciative of that. Because,
we
in
live
fact,
in a
it is a
competitive
marketing
society.
tool.
I buy from both of them.
And it is a marketing tool, and that may have been, but if the board directs us, we'll be more than glad to very diplomatically approach Winn-Dixie.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Kaplan.
Also, speaking of partners, Pinecrest is a partner with Martin Luther King and has had many exchanges. And Mrs. McAlilly, to respond to what she said, PTA, the A stands for all children, whereas other organizations might be concentrated just within the school.
Dr. Feinberg on C7 and followed by C40.
Is, provide a gold star for the report and suggest that I may want to bring this back to the next agenda. I don't think we need to do anything with it today.
Move the C's,
Okay,
Mr.
wait a
Chairman.
minute, Doctor. We have George Schulte on C8.
Gee, you could have missed him. He's exceeded his 10 minutes.
Patinella is next. Ms. Gilbert on C41.
They're going to talk.
Mr. Bullock on 41. Go ahead, Mr. Schulte.
Yes, George Schulte. Coral Gables, Florida. C8, I'm going to speak on an individual, or else I'll tie it down into C51, because I think all of these items should be tied in together, since they are a trivialization, a frittering away, Mr. Turner, of the statement, your cheerleading statement that you made a few moments ago. Here's an example now of them swimming upstream against you. You're looking at, it's only a pittance. It wouldn't probably buy 5 minutes out of your annual budget cost, expenditure. But it's $10,000 of what I feel is turning your direction away from what you should be focusing on the target. You're spending money intended for the classroom. You're going to give the money to something called the Great Books Foundation, not to train students, to train teachers. And there are always going to be people that are going to think that's good, but the point is that you are being defeated in your attempt to create a climate of conserving the dollars. You call them resources. I call them tax dollars. Then I look down to the next item, and the C's down there, C51, and then it's only $15,000, but it's trivialization. It's a frittering away of, again, your resources. Now, the 151 that I'm talking about this is a Southern Bell item. So it's another bell and another whistle. This time it's Southern Bell being hung on, fogging up your drive toward excellence in education. Instead of educational excellence, we're getting educational disarmament, but these are the things that are causing it. Who puts these crazy things on the agenda? This is something here, can't you see? Look, it's so simple. We have a little something going here. Just say no.
Your time is up.
Can you say no?
No.
To any of these things? Well, that's okay with me.
No.
That's okay, but when Mr. Sarah gets to bargaining with asking for wage give-back and a
Let's say no to Mr. Schulte.
Mr.
Time's
Schulte,
up.
yes. All right, Ms. Gilbert on C41, please. And Mr. Bullock on C41, please, after her.
Same person, new hat. I'm just a parent now in front of you. I'm a parent who sits on a cadre of a school-based management school that I think what's going on there is absolutely fantastic. I was upset when I saw the evaluation, especially the article in the Herald, and I just want you to know I heard about the conference session this morning, and I believe that you all are still in support of school-based management from what I heard, but I want to let you know that even though this report may not have been as good as people had wanted it to be, there are school-based management schools out there that are successful. And one of the things that we need to look at is that from those original 33 schools, only 10 today have the same principal that they had when they first chose to be a school-based management school. And I don't care what you say, when you take the captain away from the ship begins to rock. And it doesn't have quite the steady ground that it had before. And that might be one of the reasons why these schools did not show up the way we really had perhaps hoped that they would. But please remember that for all the bad that you hear, there's some wonderful things going on out there with school-based management, and I, for one, would really hate to see anything happen to it. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you very kindly. Mrs. Kaplan.
I think that Ms. Gilbert's testimony speaks for itself. I have always wanted to have parents on the cadres, and when you have them on the cadres, they're advocates because they really know what's going on.
Mr. Bullock, please. C41.
Cullen Bullock, representing the Palmetto cadre as the chairperson. The previous discussion that we had concerning the calendar came about as a result of a cadre meeting. We found that individually, people who were isolated struggled with a problem. When the problem started to emerge in our meeting, we found that we had a common problem and an obvious solution, which we brought to your attention. School-based management report, as I read in the Herald, didn't seem maybe as promising or as flattering as we had hoped. So I'm asking also that you look school by school. In our school, we have dealt with the Xerox machine, common source of problems, budgeting, hiring, discipline, and in fact, we're studying a new time schedule as well with double periods on students going to classes on alternate days. And this, in fact, is triggering a whole thought process on really restructuring our school. And we haven't really decided which way we want to go, but we're looking at a number of things, and I think we and other schools perhaps behind us are arriving at the point where they can look at themselves as a school and look at what has been done and say, this is what we should do, this is what's best for our students. So I urge your continued support of school-based management because we know that it works and we know that it will work. Thank you.
Thank you, too. We believe that it will work, too. I think each board member indicated that in their conversation. I think it needs just a little time, and we need to weed out those people who aren't interested in it, and I think we'll do a better job with it. That includes the leadership, the principal. Yvonne Perez, C42, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Visiedo, board members, good afternoon. Yvonne Perez from the United Teachers of Dade. When I was reviewing this document, some of the statements and recommendations sounded vaguely familiar, so I checked around and found that the same kinds of statements and recommendations had been made in previous reports. I believe that most of this report is moot now since the Meta consent decree pretty much delineates what has to be done. I have just one final observation. If this report indicates that current tests are valid and accurate, why are we even considering devising new tests at a time when we are short on dollars and the expense of purchasing a new set of tests is quite high? UTD agrees with Mr. De Verona that action on the adoption of new or revised tests be deferred until the Florida DOE clarifies exactly what is needed in this area. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. All in favor of the C item, say aye.
Aye.
Move the D's except 30, 31, and 32, please.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
No question.
All right. Ms. Kaplan, any questions?
No, thank you.
Mrs. McAlity?
No,
Dr. Feinberg?
No D's.
All in favor of the D item, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, my. Wait a minute. George Schulte on D2 and D1.
You can draw some light out of this. Maybe you can ask some proper questions. You might be very interested in some of the reasoning, convoluted, however it might come out, of how this can happen. Now, what are we looking at here? Looking at Miami-Dade Community College, I guess that's Mr. Joe McCabe, president, who had wanted to open a campus in Santo Domingo. He had so much money and didn't have enough students. He's kind of changed his position now. Now he wants to buy 210 hours of TV time from our taxpayer-supported WLRN TV run by Don McCullough. And Don McCullough is making him an offer, apparently, of a contract for $42,000. Get your money up front. But that's not what I want to say. Why is Mr. McCabe being forced to pay approximately $200? Dr. Croft, you'd be interested in this too, and Ms. Kaplan. Why is, the court addressed this earlier, I'm going to bring it up, it's interesting. Why are you charging, through Don McCullough, Dr. McCabe, $200 per hour for educational programming, when Don McCullough, year after year, has brought before you a contract which you have ratified, put through, charging a group $33 an hour. It used to be $31 an hour, now I think it's up to $32.95 per hour. Now he's charging Dr. McCabe 600% more than he's charging this other group. Now if I'm going to mention the group, and now you remember why I've always talked about it. That particular group does get a special price. I'm denied that price. That price happens to be JFTV. The Jewish Federation of Miami pays $33 an hour. That's a contract that you sign with them, usually off budget time, prior to the budget, and it's forgotten about for another year or two. I've forgotten how long the contract's for. I think it's just for a year. If I want to buy some time on a commercial TV station, the cheapest time, 4 a.m. in the morning before they even sign up, I have to pay $5,000 an hour. Now, this is taxpayer supported. I'm just trying to see if I can get you all to even think about the bizarre or curious juxtaposition I'm giving you here of charging Miami-Dade Community College, which you're part of, $200 per hour, and Jewish Federation TV, $33 an hour. 600% discrepancy there. Is that equal-handedness? Is that arm's length transaction? What are some of the, if there's anything bizarre about it, I mean, I'm asking you if you think there is. I'm just looking at the cold figures, you know, like I have a tendency to do. Those are the figures, unless somebody can say otherwise.
Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, board members, we have contracts with many different agencies and groups to provide the broadcasting services. The costs vary depending upon the nature of the broadcasting to be done. In the case of the Jewish Federation, they supply much of their own equipment, which we don't have to use, reduces the cost. $200 per hour is our cost for the technicians, the equipment, and everything we have to do in order to provide the people of this community the service of college broadcasting. So it depends upon what the cost is. It'll vary from agency to agency. We can get the breakdown for you if you want it.
And the in-kind services is provided by the agency. Okay, Mr. Schulte?
Yes, I think Dr. Fleming could also add and tell you that the equipment that is provided could be provided by me or by Dr. McCabe. The cost of that equipment is nominal. It's called head-end equipment. Cost somewhere, you can buy it used for $10,000. You can buy a brand new package for $32,000. It's a one-time cost. It's nominal. In fact, it wouldn't cost any more than these two items I just spoke on, the Great Books Foundation and the Southern Bell. There's no problem on that. Just I'm curious about how we even-handedly turn over some of these contracts that would seem...
Time is up, Mr. Schulte. Thank you. Move the ease, please.
Move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Schulte is, let me see, Ms. Kaplan.
No. No.
Dr. Croft.
No.
Mrs. McAlilly.
What?
Ease.
Ease.
No ease.
Dr. Feinberg. All right, Mr. Schulte on E2, please.
Mr. Schulte has spoken more than 10 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
I move that we hear Mr. Schulte.
Yes. I called your name.
I move that we hear you, Mr. Schulte.
All right, Ms. Schulte, you have what's left of a nice evening.
No.
I don't object. That's why I called you.
Oh, come on. It's 10 o'clock.
I think we've been here 12 hours now.
All right, all in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
All right, move the H items. Wait a minute.
F.
F. Move the F items.
Second.
Okay, you have any F items, Ms. Kaplan?
No, I haven't.
Dr. Croft?
One item, Mr. Chairman, 103.
103. Mrs. McAlilly?
19 and 62.
Dr. Feinberg?
No Fs.
Okay, we have F18, Nathan Cinnamon, Mr. Saab,